Chapter 390. Prince should taste it as well. Is there anything lacking in Tingting's ginseng soup? Duan Tingting lowered her eyes slightly. Her clear eyes seemed to contain 1,000 different colors of light as they landed on Yi Juanqing's handsome face. At such a close distance, Duan Tingting could even smell the light fragrance coming from Yi Juanqing's body because of the Bodhi jade. She knew that this was the man she was looking for, a man that was 1 in 10,000. Princess is being too polite. Junqing can do it himself. Yi Juanqing smiled lightly and reached out to take the bowl. Duan Tingting brushed against Yi Juanqing's arm in a seemingly unintentional manner, trying to probe his intentions. However, to her surprise, Yi Juanqing immediately got up and took a few steps back. His expression turned slightly red as he glanced towards her. Duan Tingting narrowed her eyes and followed Yi Juanqing's gaze. She saw that Yao Moan was so focused on drinking the soup that she didn't notice what was going on at all. Ahem. Junqing has eaten too much, so this soup should be left for later. However, Junqing thanks Princess for your good intentions. Yi Juanqing's tone was modest as he placed the bowl of ginseng soup on the table. Since that's the case, Tingting won't disturb Prince and Empress Chu's rest. Tingting will withdraw first. Duan Tingting's smile remained, but it seemed especially stiff. Yi Juanqing only sighed in relief after Duan Tingting left. Prince has probably hurt Princess's heart. The second after Duan Tingting left, Yao Moan slowly put down the bowl and said this seemingly unintentionally. Yao Moan, you can't think like that. This prince is innocent. You saw it just now as well, this prince managed to get away in time. It's true, this prince's heart is as pure as water. You can't think the wrong way. Yao Moan's words caused Yi Juanqing to blabber endlessly. Even Ting Yu and Yin Shui felt that Yi Juanqing's explanation was too complicated. Moan isn't thinking the wrong way, but... Ting Yu, stay here and take care of Prince. Yin Shui, come back with this consort. Yao Moan hesitated, then got up and walked out dejectedly. Don't go. But what? Hey! Yi Juanqing suddenly got up. He really wanted to chase after her, but he restrained himself. Prince, do you still want to drink this ginseng soup? Ting Yu interrupted at an untimely time. You didn't drink it, yet you still made your master unhappy. Pour it out. Yi Juanqing let out a long sigh. He was annoyed with himself. Some words were clearly at the tip of his tongue, but why couldn't he say them? Nyang Nyang isn't unhappy. It's just that. Ting Yu held the porcelain bowl and hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. There were some words that it was really hard for her, a servant, to say. But what? Don't go. Ting Yu, you've learned bad things from your master. When Yi Juanqing saw that Ting Yu was shaking her head and leaving, he became gloomy. Was he supposed to drink that ginseng soup? When she returned to her room, Yao Moan's mood was still extremely gloomy. When she saw her master picking up the silver rod and randomly picking up the candle wick, Yin Shui finally spoke up. If Lord Nan wants to marry off his daughter, what does master plan to do? Up to now, everyone knew of Yao Moan's feelings towards Yi Juanqing. So no matter if it was Yin Shui, Ting Yu, or anyone else who knew all of this, they all hoped that the lovers would end up together. Very good. If Duan Shiming is willing to marry his daughter to Yi Juanqing, he will naturally agree to our request. Then all of the problems will be easily solved. Yao Moan felt that this was a delightful matter. She should be happy, but she truly couldn't bring herself to smile. Master, perhaps we still have another way. Yin Shui looked towards Yao Moan with heartache. Perhaps, but Ben Gong really didn't think of it. Yao Moan sighed deeply, then got up and walked towards the bed. Perhaps she should reflect on herself. From beginning to end, her goal was to return Yi Juanqing's lovely land. She should support all the people and things that could be used to facilitate this matter, but Yao Moen fiercely closed her eyes. There were no buts. Inside Imperial Dragon Palace, Duan Tingting's eyes were deep and serene, her ice-cold eyes suffused with a dense coldness. Your winged parasite still hasn't shown its effect. How is that possible? Duan Shiming looked towards his daughter suspiciously, his eyes full of doubt. That's the truth. Tonight, Tingting went to deliver a bowl of ginseng soup to Yi Juanqing. Daughter had only touched him slightly and he jumped up and retreated several steps as if he'd seen a ghost. This isn't the reaction that Yi Juanqing should have. Duan Tingting's eyes deepened, her voice faintly revealing her unwillingness. It seems that Yi Juanqing really does have another woman in his heart, that's why the effect of the winged parasite is abnormally slow, explained Duan Shiming. Perhaps daughter already knows who the woman in Yi Juanqing's heart is, but she's Yi Hongyi's empress, how could Yi Juanqing like her? This is a mess of ethics. What Duan Tingting was naturally referring to was Yao Moen. At the time, she had clearly seen that Yi Juanqing's gaze towards Yao Moen was filled with apprehension and worry. He cared about Yao Moen's attitude. It's no wonder. Even though Imperial Father is far away in Nanxiang, you've still heard about the matter between Yi Juanqing and Great Chu's former empress, Yao Moxin. Everyone knows that Yi Juanqing had feelings for Wan Moxin, that he had even given up the throne for her and was willing to submit to Yi Hongyi. However, Wan Moxin didn't have any feelings for him and instead did everything for Yi Hongyi. Now that Yao Moxin has passed away, it's only natural that Yi Juanqing would like Yao Moxin's younger sister because of her, explained Duan Shiming. So it's like that. Duan Tingting's eyes darkened as she fell into thought. Also, you've also seen that Yao Moen is currently traveling with Yi Juanqing. It's clear that her heart is already on Yi Juanqing, so... Daughter, it's better if you give up, advised Duan Shiming earnestly. Impossible. Imperial Father, you should know the power of the winged parasite. If he isn't suitable for this daughter, then this daughter wouldn't be able to plant the winged parasite in his body. Imperial Father, this daughter won't give up. Also, this daughter believes that before long, Yi Juanqing will definitely fall in love with this daughter. Duan Tingting vowed. But based on the current speed, Yi Juanqing might not necessarily be affected by the winged parasite, even if it's another 10 days. Duan Shiming really couldn't keep Yao Moen and Yi Juanqing in Nanxiang for that long. So this daughter has come to find Imperial Father to ask Imperial Father for one thing. Duan Tingting returned to the main topic. What is it? Duan Shiming lifted his brows. Imperial Father will agree to Yi Juanqing's request tomorrow. After that, this daughter will leave with them. Duan Tingting's gaze was resolute. That's impossible. Ignoring the fact that Imperial Father can't agree to their request so carelessly, just having you leave Nanxiang is something that Imperial Father can't do. Duan Shiming had always doted on Duan Tingting the most, so he naturally couldn't bear to let his only daughter leave. Imperial Father, this daughter knows that Imperial Father loves this daughter dearly, but if I can't marry Yi Juanqing in this lifetime, then this daughter will never marry and will serve Imperial Father for the rest of my life. Duan Tingting retreated in order to advance. You silly child, how could you say such filthy things? Forget it, let Imperial Father think about this. Duan Shiming knew that his daughter was stubborn, so he didn't know what to do. Imperial Father, what's there to think about? After this daughter marries Yi Juanqing, he will be your son-in-law. Now that your son-in-law is in trouble, you're not willing to help. Duan Tingting suddenly tugged on Duan Shiming's clothes and begged coquettishly. All right, Imperial Father just wants one night. That should be fine, right? Duan Shiming couldn't resist Duan Tingting's coaxing and pestering. Although he appeared to be persistent on the surface, he had already hung a white flag in his heart. The next day, after Duan Shiming finished the morning court session, he invited Yao Moen to the imperial study. Since Lord Nanqiang has arranged to meet Moen at this time, you must have come to a conclusion after discussing with the officials. Yao Moen was dressed in an elegant cyan gown. Chapter 391. Empress Chu's thoughts are meticulous. Regarding the matter of the letter of alliance, Shen wants to know, if Shen agrees to reject Yi Hongyi, how confident is Empress Chu in convincing the other two nations? Duan Shiming's eyes were solemn, his voice calm and restrained. If strong Lord Nan is willing to agree to Moen's request, then this matter will be settled. Yao Moen's lips curved into a smile. Queen Chu is truly resolute. Since that's the case, we are willing to give Queen Chu face. However, we still have a condition. Yao Moen's heart sank slightly, but her expression was as calm as still water. After leaving the imperial study, Yao Moen's calm expression finally relaxed slightly. She looked up at the clear blue sky and saw that the sun was shining brightly. However, her heart was clouded. When Yao Moen had Yin Shui tell Tingyu to help Yi Junqing pack his luggage, he immediately went to find her. We're leaving. But strong Lord Nan still hasn't said anything. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen. She was currently as calm as a virgin as she stared motionlessly at the sandalwood incense burner. Yao Moen, are you all right? Seeing that Yao Moen's expression was strange, Yi Junqing walked up worriedly and frowned. Yao Moen still didn't look away. Moen. Strong Lord Nan doesn't agree. Did he make things difficult for you? Forget it, we won't beg him. Even if the 6 countries join forces, this prince might not lose. Just wait, this prince will prepare the carriage right now. We're leaving. Yi Junqing thought that Duan Shiming must have said something bad to Yao Moen to make her so dispirited. He got angry and turned to leave. Moen doesn't want to gamble on the word might not, what should I do? Yao Moen muttered to herself after Yi Junqing left. Her face was burning hot and her fingers were icy cold. Duan Zidong was surprised by Yao Moen's sudden departure, but when she found out that Imperial Brother had agreed to Yao Moen's request, she calmed down. If it wasn't for the fact that elder sister had important matters to attend to, Zidong would definitely keep elder sister for a few more days. Duan Zidong was currently holding Yao Moen's hand with tears in her eyes. Thank you. Even though Duan Zidong hadn't been of much use in this matter, Yao Moen still felt that it was necessary to say a word of thanks. How many people in this world still cared about Yao Moxin? Sister, you're exaggerating. Zidong didn't actually do anything. Duan Zidong's eyes were filled with guilt. It's getting late. Moen bids farewell to Princess Hanyue. Yao Moen solemnly bowed, then entered the carriage with Tingyu's help. Duan Zidong couldn't help but sigh as she watched the carriage disappear from her sight. Just as she turned around, she saw Duan Shiming standing behind her with a sorrowful expression. What took you so long, big brother? Where's Tingting? Doesn't she plan on sending Yi Junqing off? In reality, Duan Zidong had already sensed that Duan Tingting had a good impression of Yi Junqing since the night of the banquet. Imperial Brother was afraid that it would be too sad, so he hid in the back and didn't come out. It's just that Tingting has never left Nanqiang since she was young. Imperial Brother is really worried about this long journey. Duan Zidong's pitch-black eyes shone with a luster. Duan Zidong was slightly shocked when he heard this, but he suddenly understood. Imperial Brother is saying that Tingting left with Yao Moen. In that carriage. Why? Duan Zidong furrowed her brows as a trace of unease welled up in her heart. That silly child Tingting actually took a fancy to Yi Junqing. She even planted a pair of wings parasites in Yi Junqing's body. In this lifetime, if she doesn't marry Yi Junqing, she probably won't give up. Duan Shiming's voice was a bit helpless. No matter how much he doted on his daughter, she would still have to marry someone when she grew up. Pair of wings parasites. Why didn't Imperial Brother stop her? You should be able to tell that Yi Junqing likes someone else. Duan Zidong panicked and asked anxiously. We also wanted to stop her, but don't you know your niece's temper? Forget it, even if Yi Junqing likes Yao Moen right now, in a few days, he'll only have Tingting in his heart. We only hope. We'll head back first. Duan Shiming's gaze was dark. He believed that Yao Moen wouldn't go back on her word. Once Duan Shiming left, Duan Zitong remained in place with complicated emotions. She never expected that Duan Tingting would actually plant a parasite in Yi Junqing. However, she could tell that Yao Moen truly liked Yi Junqing. What should she do? Perhaps she should do something, Duan Zitong thought. With Duan Shiming's token, the carriage was able to travel unimpeded and very quickly left Holy City. However, the atmosphere inside the carriage was extremely strange. Yao Moen and Duan Tingting would occasionally chat with each other, but Yi Junqing hadn't said a single word since he got into the carriage. However, he was questioning Yao Moen several hundred times in his heart. Why was Duan Tingting in the carriage? Why? This time, Lord Nanxiang was able to agree to Prince's request thanks to Princess Changfeng's advice. Moen thanks Princess. Yao Moen felt that she had to explain. Otherwise, she was really afraid that Yi Junqing would explode. Empress Chu is too polite. You can just call me Tingting. Tingting grew up in Nanxiang. Now that I'm leaving Nanxiang, there are many places that Empress Chu and Prince will need to take care of. Tingting, on the other hand, has troubled the two of you. If I've been inconsiderate, please forgive me. Duan Tingting's cherry lips curved into a sweet smile. As Yao Moen looked at Duan Tingting, who was as beautiful as a fairy, she felt that she and Yi Junqing were truly a match made in heaven. Alright, she was going against her will. May I ask where Princess is going? This prince and Moen can send Princess off first before heading to Lulan, said Yi Junqing. Imperial Father only said that Tingting should follow Prince, so wherever Prince goes, Tingting will go. Prince wouldn't dislike Tingting, right? Duan Tingting could sense Yi Junqing's coldness, but she believed that this was all temporary. Ahem. No, replied Yi Junqing awkwardly. His eyes flickered. Alright, he was going against his will. At the side, Tingyu glanced at her master from time to time. She suddenly felt wronged for her master. They'd finally sent off Huan Kaier with great difficulty, but now Duan Tingting had come. How could her master's fate be so full of misfortune? Right at this time, the carriage suddenly stopped. Before Yao Moen could say anything, Yin Shui had already lifted the curtain. Master, there's someone blocking the way. It seems to be the carriage of the strong southern imperial family. Yin Shui's words caused Yao Moen's brows to lift slightly, then she turned to look towards Duan Tingting. It couldn't be Imperial Father, right? Tingting will be back soon. Yin Shui's words caused everyone to naturally think that the carriage was coming for Duan Tingting. Thus, after Duan Tingting jumped off the carriage, Yi Junqing spoke as quickly as he could. Yao Moen, this prince doesn't want to bring her along. Can you think of a way to send her back? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with a pleading gaze. Prince, don't be so heartless. That young miss is only doing this for Prince's sake. What's more, the ruler of the strong southern imperial family has done us such a great favor, so it's not too much if we just have to take Duan Tingting to see the world. Sometimes, a white lie could resolve the conflict. Can you think of a way? For some reason, whenever Yi Junqing looked at this Duan Tingting, he felt an itch in his heart. He didn't like this feeling at all. In fact, he hated it. It's not easy to ask. Yao Moen tactfully refused. Then this prince will return to Ji province first. Based on your relationship with King Lulan, there's nothing else for this prince to do. Yi Junqing was well aware that compared to Yao Moen, it was harder for him to speak in front of King Lulan. That's fine. Prince, take Duan Tingting with you while you're at it. The moment Yao Moen said this, black lines instantly appeared on Yi Junqing's face. Thus, by the time Duan Tingting returned, the atmosphere in the carriage had dropped to freezing point. Chapter 392. So it's Tingting's aunt. Aunt's also here to find Empress Chu. Duan Tingting smiled sweetly and got on the carriage. Yao Moen felt that Duan Zidong wouldn't chase so far for no reason, so she got off the carriage. Duan Zidong was standing nearby. Her dress fluttered in the wind, giving her a unique beauty. Princess Hanyu, do you need something from Moen? Asked Yao Moen as she walked over to Duan Zidong. Zidong wants to give older sister a few words. Sometimes, even if happiness is right in front of you, if you don't reach out, you'll miss it. Don't believe what you see, believe in your heart. As long as you persevere, older sister Ma Xin will obtain happiness. Duan Zidong pulled her sleeves tighter. In the end, she didn't take out the antidote. She and Duan Tingting had agreed that if Yi Junqing didn't fall in love with Duan Tingting before the antidote wore off, then Duan Tingting would give up. Duan Zidong didn't feel that this was bad. If Yi Junqing's willpower wasn't strong, he wouldn't be worthy of Yao Moen's love. Many thanks. Yao Moen knew that Duan Zidong knew something, otherwise she wouldn't have said something like this for no reason. However, she knew that the happiness she wanted didn't have to be related to her. After saying goodbye to Duan Zidong, Yao Moen and the others started on the road to Lulan. It would take about 10 days, which wasn't too long. However, Yao Moen noticed that Yi Junqing had changed a bit. For example, right now, Yi Junqing was handing the steamed buns that Tingyu had bought to Duan Tingting instead of himself. Are you thirsty? Tingyu, go get some water, ordered Yi Junqing when he saw that Duan Tingting was choking. Where would this servant go to get water in the wilderness? It wasn't just Yao Moen, even Tingyu felt that Yi Junqing had changed too quickly. Back then, he had begged Master to send Duan Tingting away. It had only been a few days, but he was already treating her like a mother. No. As Yi Junqing spoke, his eyes subconsciously glanced towards the water bag next to Yao Moen. Prince, don't get any ideas about Her Highness. Everyone has a water pouch that holds the same amount of water. Just because Her Highness drinks slowly doesn't mean that Her Highness isn't thirsty. Tingyu was extremely angry as she glared at Yi Junqing. This prince didn't say anything. Yi Junqing felt wronged. He had only taken a glance. Was it wrong for him to take a glance? This consort isn't thirsty. Tingting, you drink first. We'll reach town soon, so bear with it for a bit longer. Yao Moen smiled warmly as she handed over her water pouch to Duan Tingting. However, her heart felt like it had been knocked over. She didn't know what to feel. She had promised strong southern prince that she would help Duan Tingting and Yi Junqing. Wasn't everything great now? She didn't even need to waste her breath and Yi Junqing had already done it himself. But how could she feel bitter in her heart? It felt like swallowing her saliva was extremely bitter. No need, Tingting is not thirsty. Duan Tingting knew that there was no one in this world who could resist the power of the parasite. The fact that Yi Junqing was only showing her a little bit of concern was already a sign of his strong willpower. How can I not be thirsty? Let's take a sip. When Tingyu saw Yi Junqing take the water pouch from Yao Moen's hands, there was a sudden gust of wind and the water pouch landed in Yin Shue's hands. This water has been here for a long time. This subordinate will find some new water. Ever since Nanxiang left, Yao Moen didn't restrict Yin Shui from going into hiding. She could do as she pleased. However, she was used to being a hidden guard. Ever since Yin Shui left Nanxiang, unless there was danger, she never showed her face. Now that she came out, she really couldn't stand it anymore. When Yi Junqing saw Yin Shui like this, although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to make a fuss. After waiting for an hour, Yin Shui finally arrived. You found water. Yi Junqing looked towards Yin Shui suspiciously, but saw that the water pouch in Yin Shui's hands was empty. Replying, Master, as expected, Ting Yu is knowledgeable. There really aren't any water sources in the wilderness. Yin Shui's words made Yi Junqing so angry that his nose became crooked. That's not right. Where's the water in the bag? Yin Shui fell. Yin Shui spoke solemnly. She didn't address Yi Junqing respectfully or act respectfully. When facing Yi Junqing, it was as if Yin Shui was talking to a passerby. Yao Moen. Yi Junqing was a bit angry. This was clearly bullying. Yao Moen just found it funny. What did this have to do with her? From start to finish, she hadn't said a single word. In response to Ting Yu and Yin Shui's murderous gazes, Yi Junqing immediately fell silent. He turned away from Yao Moen and shifted his gaze to Duan Tingting. When the sky darkened, Yao Moen and the others decided to spend the night in a nearby town. Inside the inn, Yi Junqing first sent Duan Tingting to the guest room after finishing dinner. Then he turned back and hesitated for a long time before finally saying, Tomorrow, this prince will first take Duan Tingting back to Ji province. I'll leave King Lulan to you. Yi Junqing's tone was extremely amiable. All right. Yao Moen didn't have any objections, but her hand that was holding the porcelain bowl paused for a moment. And let Ting Yu follow us back to Ji province. That way she can look after each other on the way. After all, this prince and Duan Tingting are a man and a woman, so it would be inconvenient. Yi Junqing seemed to say this carelessly. However, before Yao Moen could say anything, Ting Yu immediately stood up and looked towards Yi Junqing resolutely. If anyone forces Ting Yu to separate from Master, then Ting Yu will smash her head against a pillar and explode on the spot. Ting Yu glared fiercely at Yi Junqing as she shouted. Yi Junqing swallowed and suddenly wanted to reach out to take the bowl, afraid that Ting Yu's eyes would pop out. Then how about Yin Shui? Yi Junqing coughed lightly. He felt that his request was a bit excessive, but he also felt that Yao Moen was very prejudiced against Duan Tingting. If they stayed any longer, Duan Tingting might suffer even more. Nothing much. A voice came out of nowhere. Yi Junqing instantly felt his hair stand on end. Due to Ting Yu and Yin Shui's strong opposition, Yi Junqing finally gave up on this idea. That night, Yao Moen leaned against the window and gazed up at the stars. There was no starry luster in her watery eyes. Nyang Nyang, this servant really doesn't understand. What's wrong with Prince's brain? How could he be so heartless? He doesn't even think about how much Nyang Nyang has sacrificed for him. Ting Yu had been with Yao Moen for a long time and had developed a steady temperament. However, right now, she really couldn't keep her composure. Liking someone is like this. Holding them in your hands, you're afraid they're cold. Holding them in your mouth, you're afraid they'll melt. Yao Moen's curly eyelashes fluttered slightly as she sighed lightly. A trace of bitterness appeared on her lips. Liking. Prince really has fallen in love with Duan Tingting. How could this be? Isn't Prince? Ting Yu must have been blind. I originally thought that Prince was loyal and affectionate, but who would have thought that he was also a womanizer? His moral integrity is so low that there's no lower limit. This consort is tired. You should go rest as well. In another 2 days, you'll be able to see Zhe. Normally, I don't think about it, but right now, I really do. Yao Moen turned to look towards Ting Yu. Tingyu knew that her master wasn't in a good mood. Perhaps she didn't want to listen to her nagging, so she slowly withdrew. Once Tingyu left, Yin Shui floated down. If what you want to say is the same as Tingyu's, then this consort doesn't want to hear it. Yao Moen felt a headache coming on. In reality, she really wasn't that great. When she saw Yi Junqing being infinitely gentle towards Duan Tingting, her heart ached. This subordinate just feels that there's something fishy about this. Yi Junqing has never been close to women, so how could his temperament have changed so much in such a short amount of time? There's definitely something to this. Compared to Tingyu, Yin Shui was still more rational. That's right, it's indeed abnormal, but what does it matter? Yao Moen raised her beautiful eyes slightly with a bitter expression. Master. Chapter 393. This consort personally promised strong southern king that I would help Yi Junqing and Duan Tingting. It's for the best that they're like this right now. Otherwise, this consort really wouldn't be able to personally help them. Yao Moen tried her best to make her expression look natural, but tears still flowed down her cheeks. Is there really only one way? Yin Shui couldn't bear to see Yao Moen sad. This consort has racked my brains. This is the only way. This time, Yao Moen was at her wit's end. What does Master plan to do in the future? Asked Yin Shui. I can't imagine the future, but we'll talk about it after the present. Don't make things difficult for them tomorrow. Now that things have reached this point, none of us can change anything. Yao Moen's words were a little bitter and Yin Shui felt her nose tingle. The next day, Yin Shui and Tingyu didn't make things difficult for Yi Junqing and Duan Tingting anymore. However, what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. Tingyu just sat outside the carriage while Yin Shui naturally hid in the shadows. Inside the carriage, Yi Junqing would occasionally ask about Duan Tingting's well-being. Yao Moen felt like she had become air. Perhaps in Yi Junqing's eyes, she would no longer be able to find her own shadow, Yao Moen thought. There was a tiny bit of pain in her heart, but it didn't seem like a tiny bit. It was like a drop of ink that had entered a pond and filled the entire pond. The pain in her heart seeped out from every single hair on Yao Moen's body. What Yao Moen didn't expect was that she would actually see Chu Maxin in Lulan. Originally, Chu Maxin didn't want to come, but because King Lulan kept sending letters, Chu Shi had no choice but to send his precious son to stay in Lulan for a few days. Even with the hidden guards protecting him and Huangfu Juanxiu accompanying him, Chu Shi still couldn't feel at ease. Every day, he would send secret letters to Lulan urging him to hurry back to Great Shu. Older sister Moen. Zhe misses you so much. The moment Kubu Zhe saw Yao Moen, she threw herself at her like a mother and daughter. You're hugging her so tightly that she's about to suffocate. Chu Maxin felt that it was really good to be a woman. She could hug him whenever she wanted and there was no need to worry about face at all. If the one hugging Yao Moen right now was him, not only would he feel embarrassed, other people would also find it hard to accept. Don't worry, Zhe knows what to do. Big sister Moen, can you stay for a few more days this time? Zhe and Chu Maxin both miss you. Kubu Zhe blinked innocently as she hugged Yao Moen's arm coquettishly. This prince wasn't thinking of her. Seeing that Kubu Zhe had exposed him, Chu Maxin immediately denied it. That's right, you haven't missed big sister Moen. You haven't even nagged her 500 times a day, so it doesn't count as missing. Kubu Zhe looked towards Chu Maxin resentfully. Hey! Chu Maxin's face turned red. How could it be as exaggerated as 500 times? At most, it was 499 times. He had already counted. Alright, he's not thinking about Moen. It's just that the clothes are small, right? Yao Moen patted Chu Maxin's head and smiled like a flower. She had been really depressed this entire time. Now that she was smiling, she felt like she hadn't in a long time. If you don't make 50 of them this time, don't even think about leaving. Chu Maxin didn't push Yao Moen's hand away and allowed her to pat him as she pleased. That feeling was really comfortable. Behind them, Yi Junqing was worried that Duan Tingting wouldn't be able to adapt, so he didn't move forward and just stayed by her side. After Dage helped Yao Moen and the others settle down, Yao Moen was dragged out of the imperial palace by Ku Buzhur and Chu Maxin. "Where are you guys going?" Yi Junqing stood up when he saw that Yao Moen was about to leave. "Sunshine Princess wants to take your highness out to relax." "Is Prince not going to allow it?" When Ting Yu saw that Yi Junqing was approaching aggressively, she immediately stood in front of Yao Moen. Yao Moen didn't explain. She just felt that Ting Yu's actions were laughable. Even if she wasn't blocking him, Yi Junqing wouldn't be able to eat her up. This prince was just asking. Yi Junqing felt that he was afraid of Yao Moen, very, very afraid. It was as if a single glare from her would make him kneel down. His heart felt empty, as if something was slipping away. He wanted to grab onto it, but he was powerless. Then Prince has asked. "Can my highness leave now?" Ting Yu glanced at Yi Junqing, then respectfully followed behind Yao Moen. Even after Yao Moen left, Yi Junqing still didn't understand what that rapidly slipping away feeling was. How could his heart be empty? "Prince, this is Tingting's first time in Lulan. How about Prince also take Tingting out for a walk?" A clear and melodious voice rang out and lingered in Yi Junqing's heart. It was as if a clear spring had been poured into his heart, driving away that indescribable feeling of emptiness. "Sure." Yi Junqing's lips curved into a smile, but he didn't feel like smiling that much. Perhaps Yi Junqing would never know that Yao Moen wasn't just going to stroll around. Because King Lulan wasn't in the imperial palace, the first thing she did was ask Ku Buzhur to take her to look for him. In Yao Moen's heart, Yi Junqing's matter was the most important. As she looked at the mountain and water on one side, Yao Moen had to admit that King Lulan really knew how to enjoy life. A gust of autumn rain had just passed, so the green mountain and verdant valley seemed even more serene. A cool breeze blew gently, making one feel refreshed. Under Ku Buzhur's guidance, Yao Moen arrived at the pond in the rear garden. This pond was connected to the clear spring in the secluded valley. When stagnant water came to life, it had a unique smell that refreshed one's heart. At this time, King Lulan was fishing by the pond. He was dressed in a simple yet luxurious thousand-feather ice silk robe that could keep him warm and dispel heat. It could definitely be considered a rare treasure. At this time, Yao Moen suddenly thought of Han Genie. If there was one person in this world that could be mentioned in the same breath as King Lulan, that person would definitely be Han Genie. Even someone like Yao Moen, who didn't care much about money, felt that this extravagance was somewhat infuriating. "Imperial Father, Zhe has brought big sister Moen to see you." In front of King Lulan, Ku Buzhur would forever be a little princess who couldn't grow up. As long as she acted coquettishly, King Lulan would be so happy that his beard would curl up. "Girl, you're about to get married, yet you're still so mischievous." King Lulan stroked Ku Buzhur's head dotingly. His kind expression couldn't conceal his reluctance to part. "Imperial Father. Zhe doesn't want to get married. Zhe wants to accompany Imperial Father for the rest of her life." Ku Buzhur's face was completely red. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance back at Chu Maxin, who was standing next to Yao Moen. "I'm afraid you won't need Moen to make your clothes in the future." Yao Moen smiled knowingly. It was really unexpected that this pair of little enemies had managed to get together. "Why?" Chu Maxin lifted his brows and looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. "If you marry a princess, then this kind of thing should naturally be taken care of by someone else," said Yao Moen matter-of-factly. Who said this prince was going to marry her? Chu Maxin said resentfully. After a moment of hesitation, he continued. Yao Moan, will you come to this prince's wedding? How could Yao Moan refuse when she saw the anticipation in Chu Maxin's eyes? In her heart, Chu Maxin had long since become her own zhong'er. Of course, Moan has to attend Zhe's wedding no matter what, said Yao Moan deliberately. Chu Maxin was speechless. A trace of darkness flashed through his eyes, and he didn't say anything else. Kubu Zhe is Moan's accepted daughter-in-law. Yao Moan smiled. Chu Maxin hesitated for a moment, then glared at Yao Moan. Yao Moan, you're taking advantage of this prince. Chu Maxin put his hands on his hips and pretended to be angry, but his eyes were shining brightly and filled with deep affection. Moan made so many clothes for you, can't I take advantage of you a little? Yao Moan looked at Chu Maxin's expression and felt her heart lighten. At this time, Kubu Zhe had already walked over. Chapter 394. Big Sister Moan, Imperial Father is calling for you. We'll wait for you here. Kubu Zhe's face was full of smiles. I won't wait for her. Let's go. Chu Maxin grabbed Kubu Zhe and turned to leave. Yao Moan sincerely prayed for this golden couple. At this time, King Lulan just happened to catch a green and white koi. He held it in his hands and then put it back. King Lulan truly has the virtue of caring for living things, praised Yao Moan. In reality, she didn't think that way. These sanctimonious fellows, if a fish's throat was pierced by a golden hook, how many days could it live after being put back? This old man just didn't bring a bucket to store the fish. King Lulan was extremely honest. Yao Moan was speechless and a drop of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Fine, she was wrong. When does King Lulan plan on marrying Zhe to Maxin? Yao Moan felt that it was too heartless to get straight to the point, so she changed the subject. That depends on when you guys can take Yi Hongyi's head. King Lulan's slightly helpless tone surprised Yao Moan. What does King Lulan mean? Asked Yao Moan. If this old man marries Zhe to Great Shu right now and Great Shu forms an alliance with Yi Hongyi in the future, this old man will help Great Shu regardless of whether it's out of kindness or reason. However, if Zhe still isn't Great Shu's daughter-in-law, this old man doesn't have this obligation. Of course, this old man is doing this because I don't want Zhe and Maxin to be in a difficult position. You understand. King Lulan's words caused Yao Moan to be momentarily speechless. It was clear that King Lulan was biased towards her in the matter of Great Shu's internal strife. However, she didn't understand what she had done to deserve King Lulan's help, even to the point of delaying Kubu Zhe's wedding. If this old man said that I admire that child Yi Junqing, would you believe me? King Lulan smiled when he saw the shock in Yao Moan's eyes. Yao Moan was speechless and shook her head. She couldn't believe a lie that was full of loopholes. That's true. Whether Yi Junqing lives or dies has nothing to do with this old man. This old man is doing this for that bowl of resurrection blood. Yao Moan instantly understood King Lulan's words, but there were still some things she didn't understand. Although this old man does not understand why you have the blood of resurrection flowing in your body, with this old man's ability, it is not difficult to find out the background of the Mystery Nation. Moan, if it wasn't for that bowl of resurrection blood of yours, Zhe wouldn't be here today. That's why this old man rejected the left emissary of Great Shu's iron-blooded army's request to form an alliance. This should be the purpose of your trip, right? King Lulan hit the nail on the head. At this moment, Yao Moan was filled with gratitude. Back then, she had only lifted a finger in exchange for today's great kindness. No matter how Yao Moan looked at it, she had profited. Moan will forever remember King Lulan's kindness, said Yao Moan emotionally. He never expected things to go so smoothly. According to what this old man knows, you came from Nanxiang, so the ruler of Nanxiang must have already been convinced by you. Otherwise, Duan Shiming's daughter wouldn't have come with you. Adding on the fact that you came from Great Qi and that the left emissary didn't obtain King Qi's seal of alliance, it seems that this matter no longer poses any threat to you. King Lolan's words caused Yao Moan to prostrate herself in admiration. He didn't even need to leave his residence to know about the affairs of the world. That was why it was said that although Lulan was overflowing with wealth, no other country dared to covet it. It was all thanks to King Lolan's help that Moan was able to successfully quell this crisis. Yao Moan expressed her gratitude once again. Now is not the time to be happy. Even if the alliance between the 6 countries is no longer possible, the King of Shu and the military commandant of the iron-blooded army are sworn brothers, so Great Shu's attitude is still open to discussion. You still can't let your guard down. King Lolan's words caused Yao Moan's heart to turn cold. She had never expected that the military commandant of the iron-blooded army would have such a great background. However, if soldiers come, we will use arms to deal with them. If some things can't be stopped, then you should gladly accept them. This old man thinks highly of you. King Lulan was full of confidence. Yao Moan smiled awkwardly, but in her heart, she was silently cursing a certain person for speaking so casually. After leaving the courtyard, Yao Moan, Chu Maxin, and the others turned to return to the imperial palace, but they unexpectedly ran into Yi Junqing and Duan Tingting on the street. Prince, this beaded necklace is so beautiful. Tingting likes it. Duan Tingting smiled like a flower as she fiddled with the necklace in her hands. Then this prince will give it to you. How much is it? Seeing that Duan Tingting was so happy, Yi Junqing casually took out some silver and handed it to the peddler. Prince, can you help Tingting put it on? Duan Tingting's cheeks were slightly flushed and her voice was extremely soft. Yi Junqing nodded slightly, then took the necklace from Duan Tingting's hands. Then he walked over to Duan Tingting's back and helped her put it on. However, in a moment of carelessness, Duan Tingting had fallen into Yi Junqing's embrace. Yi Junqing felt an indescribable panic in his heart. He felt like he should push Duan Tingting away, but his hands froze and he didn't move at all, allowing Duan Tingting to lean into his embrace. Older sister Moan, what's going on? When Ku Buzhe and the others saw this, their expressions instantly turned cold. She had always thought that Yi Junqing and Yao Moan were a couple, but this scene was truly hard for her to accept. What a lovey-dovey couple. Yao Moan felt like she should charge over like a shrew and slap each of them twice, then kick them to the ground and spit on them to vent her anger. But now that things had reached this point, all she could do was stand there and smile bitterly. Your Highness, Prince is going too far. Tingyu couldn't bear to watch any longer and was just about to step forward to argue when Yao Moan stopped her. Let's take a detour. Yao Moan said this in a relaxed manner, but her heart felt like it was weighed down by 1,000 tons. However, before Tingyu could reply, Ku Buzhe had already charged over. What are you two doing in public? What kind of words are you two pulling each other? If you want to go to bed, you should find a place with no one around. What? Could it be that the two of you want to put on a show for everyone? You've already hugged, so now it's time to take off your clothes, right? Hurry up. Everyone's waiting to see. Yao Moan was flabbergasted by Ku Buzhe's impassioned speech. She suddenly looked towards Chu Maxin with some sympathy. Whose family's little shrew was this? She was too heaven-defying. When Yi Junqing heard this, he finally reacted. His face that was as red as a monkey's but clearly showed his anger. Sunshine Princess, please conduct yourself with dignity. When Yi Junqing retorted coldly, his gaze landed on Yao Moan, who was standing behind Ku Buzhe. Yao Moen felt that she was undoubtedly being treated as the mastermind behind the scenes. She felt that she had been wronged. She was just popular, that was all. Yao Moen didn't explain. This kind of thing would only make things worse the more she tried to explain. Also, there was no need for her to explain. How could Prince have the nerve to say those two words? Does Prince know what those two words mean? Kubu Zhe's mouth was truly vicious, Yao Moen thought to herself. At this time, Chu Maxin had already walked over to Kubu Zhe's side and muttered a few words. Kubu Zhe's eyes flickered and her expression flickered with surprise. In the next second, she smiled at Yi Junqing. This princess drank too much and was just spouting nonsense. You guys continue. Yao Moen found the huge change in Kubu Zhe's attitude to be inconceivable. However, before Yao Moen had time to think about it, Kubu Zhe had already pulled her away. Prince. I'm sorry. Duan Tingting sounded like she was about to cry. Her tear-stained appearance made one's heart ache. Chapter 395. The one who should be apologizing isn't you. It's Junqing's fault that you were humiliated. Yi Junqing did his best to suppress his anger. He felt that Yao Moen could treat him however she wanted, but she couldn't bully Duan Tingting like this. After this commotion, Yi Junqing and Duan Tingting were no longer in the mood to stroll around, so they returned to the imperial palace. After sending Duan Tingting back to her room, Yi Junqing walked towards Yao Moen's room. When Duan Tingting saw Yi Junqing's figure disappear from her line of sight, a hint of worry appeared in Duan Tingting's watery eyes. The pair parasites had already been planted in Yi Junqing's body for 20 days. If it was any other man, they would have followed her into the tent a long time ago. However, she had hinted to Yi Junqing several times, but Yi Junqing didn't seem to have any intentions of picking a flower. It seemed that Yi Junqing's self-control was abnormally good, or perhaps he subconsciously didn't want to be too intimate with her in front of Yao Moen. If it was the former, then it would be better, but if it was the latter, then perhaps she really should create more misunderstandings like today. When Yi Junqing stormed into Yao Moen's room furiously, Kubu Zhe was in the middle of praising Chu Mabe with all her might, praising how handsome he was, how brave he was, and how extravagant he was. With the addition of Chu Maxin's exaggerations, it was as if Chu Mabe was a beauty that had fallen from the sky and no one could compare to him. Yao Moen. This prince has something to tell you. Yi Junqing was about to explode when he walked in, but when he saw Kubu Zhe and Chu Maxin, he suppressed his anger. Maxin, go out with Zhe first. Moen will come find you guys later, said Yao Moen lovingly as she patted Kubu Zhe's head. And, then older sister has to keep what Zhe said in mind and think about it properly, said Kubu Zhe seriously. Don't worry, Moen will think about it. Yao Moen forced out a smile. Marry Chu Mabe. Wasn't that just asking to be abused? Yi Junqing only took a step forward after Kubu Zhe and Chu Maxin left. What did Sunshine Princess want you to think about? Yi Junqing had forgotten his original intentions and walked in front of Yao Moen with a blank look in his eyes. Yao Moen didn't say anything and only took a sip. Lulan country's tea shouldn't be this bitter, Yao Moen thought. Sunshine Princess told my mother to consider marrying Chu Mabe. Now that I think about it, Chu Mabe is elegant, and as handsome as an immortal. He's a man that can only be found once in 10,000. Great Shu's strength is robust. If your highness marries Chu Mabe and becomes the empress of Great Shu in the future, your glory will be limitless. Tingyu raised her brows and said resentfully. You want to marry Chu Mabe? How can I do that? When Yi Junqing heard this, he was stunned. His heart felt like it had been tangled up in a mess. Just the slightest tug was enough to make him feel like he was suffocating. Why not? Yao Moan lifted her brows and her eyes were as clear as water. There was hope in them. Even if she had promised strong southern prince, even if she was willing to become Duan Tingting, she still hoped that Yi Junqing would have a place for her in his heart. Even if it was just a little bit, it was still good. You have to help this prince defeat Yi Hongyi. You can't abandon this prince. Yi Junqing's words were incoherent. This wasn't what he was thinking, but he couldn't grasp the indescribable feeling in his heart nor could he express it. Am I your mother? Why can't I abandon you? Yao Moan didn't get the answer she wanted and her heart instantly turned cold. You. How can you say that? When Yi Junqing saw Yao Moan's glare, he immediately choked and his eyes flashed. Moan's mouth is on Moan's body. How Moan speaks is up to Moan. Does Prince wish to interfere? Yao Moan lifted her brows and her voice was as cold as ice. This prince didn't say I wanted to interfere. Yi Junqing was like a frosted eggplant. If Prince doesn't have anything else, then leave. Moan is tired. Yao Moan took a deep breath. She also felt that she had overreacted. Oh. That's not right, this prince wants to talk to you about something. This prince is warning you, you can be disrespectful to this prince, but you can't bully Duan Tingting, otherwise. Yi Junqing's words instantly infuriated Yao Moan. Otherwise what? Yao Moan stood up and walked towards Yi Junqing step by step. Even someone as imposing as Yi Junqing felt like he couldn't bear the unprecedented pressure. Otherwise. Yi Junqing forced himself not to retreat, but he couldn't finish his words. This consort is asking you, otherwise what? Yi Junqing, if you don't give me a proper explanation today, then see if this consort will let you leave this room. Yao Moan's eyes were sharp. Ever since she had been reborn, she had never been this angry. It was true that she was repaying a debt of gratitude, but repaying a debt of gratitude didn't mean that she should swallow her anger and submit to adversity. She definitely shouldn't allow anyone to threaten her, especially Yi Junqing. Ahem. Yao Moan, this prince feels that it's not appropriate for you to discuss this matter with your current state of mind. This prince will leave first so that you can calm down. Yi Junqing finally realized that he had infuriated this goddess, so the most sensible thing to do now was to flee. Prince, just try walking out of this door, said Yao Moan fiercely. Yin Shui was standing there expressionlessly in the direction she was pointing at. Yao Moan, don't go too far. Yi Junqing was also angry. In any case, he was a prince, so he could be considered someone with status. This consort is indeed bullying people. What does Prince want to do? Yao Moan had endured for so many days, but it was like the lava under a volcano that had expanded to the point of eruption. Yao Moan, this prince might as well tell you the truth. This prince likes Duan Tingting and it's very likely that she will become this prince's princess. This prince can tolerate you because of your achievements, but shouldn't you at least have the most basic respect for this prince's future princess? Yi Junqing had been forced into a corner and started babbling nonsense. After he finished speaking, even Yi Junqing found it inconceivable. How did he manage to say something so bold and imaginative? The room fell silent. Yao Moan's clear and cold eyes instantly dimmed, as if they were a pool of stagnant water without any ripples. Your Highness. Yi Junqing. You're utterly devoid of conscience. Tingyu will fight it out with you. Tingyu's heart ached for Yao Moan as tears poured down her cheeks. At this moment, she really wanted to rush up and give Yi Junqing a beating. How could there be such an ungrateful ingrate like Yi Junqing in this world? Yin Shui, let him go. Yao Moan forced herself to stand steadily, but her legs were powerless. If it wasn't for Tingyu supporting her, she really would have made a fool of herself. Your Highness. We can't let this ingrate get away with it. Tingyu roared as she stomped her feet. Ahem. Actually, this prince's temper isn't that bad. Even when your servant girl insulted this prince like that, this prince didn't get angry. Yi Junqing felt that the room was very cold, so cold that his entire body felt cold. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moan's eyes were red, his heart ached. However, he'd already said it, so even if he wanted to take it back, it was useless. Prince, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, Yin Shui might not be able to hold back. At the door, Yin Shui's voice rang out like a sharp arrow. Yi Junqing instantly felt that the situation wasn't good, so he fled for his life. Tingyu, help master back to her room to rest. Yin Shui looked towards Yao Moan worriedly. Her face was deathly pale and her lips were devoid of blood. She had seen Yao Moan and Yi Junqing this entire time. Now that Yi Junqing had said such hurtful words, he was simply worse than a beast. This consort is fine. All of you can leave. Yao Moan forced out a smile. She felt that she really was fine. At least she could still smile. Chapter 396. Nyang Nyang. Tingyu refused to let go. You guys also heard it. In the future, be more respectful towards Duan Tingting. Yao Moan threw down these words, then pushed Tingyu aside and walked into the bedroom alone. Tingyu and Yin Shui glanced at each other as they watched Yao Moan hurriedly push open the door. No! Tingyu has to find Yi Junqing and get to the bottom of this. Shouted Tingyu angrily. Just as she was about to turn to leave, Yin Shui stopped her. If you go now, Yi Junqing will definitely blame your rudeness on master. Don't be impatient. Yin Shui truly doesn't think that Yi Junqing is such a fickle person. Let's wait and see first, analyzed Yin Shui calmly. In any case, if he dares to betray Her Highness, Tingyu will fight it out with him. Tingyu roared fiercely. For an entire day, Yao Moan locked herself in her room and didn't come out. Tingyu blocked Chu Machine and Kubu Zhuer outside, saying that Yao Moan wasn't feeling well and needed to rest. During dinner, Kubu Zhuer purposely set up a banquet to entertain Yao Moan's group on King Lolan's behalf. Just as Tingyu was about to refuse, Yao Moan walked out of the inner chambers dressed in splendid attire. Tingyu, let's go now. Don't make everyone wait too long. Yao Mo Wan was in high spirits. Her beautiful face was lightly powdered and her beauty was unparalleled. Tingyu carefully examined her mistress. When she saw that Yao Moan's eyes were like the stars in the sky, resplendent like flowers and without the slightest trace of crying, she finally felt relieved. By the time Yao Moan walked into the main hall, Kubu Zhuer and Chu Machine had already taken their seats. Yi Junqing and Duan Tingting were also present. When Kubu Zhuer saw Yao Moan, she immediately walked over and Chu Machine also stood up respectfully. Duan Tingting naturally wouldn't allow others to gossip about her, so she slowly stood up with a respectful expression on her face. This made Yi Junqing, who was sitting there, stand out. Ever since Yao Moan narrowly escaped from that room, Yi Junqing had been thinking about it over and over again. He felt that he hadn't said anything excessive, so Yao Moan's anger was unreasonable. Therefore, at this moment, he forced himself to look as if he was in the right. Big Sister Moan, you're so beautiful tonight, praised Kubu Zhuer sincerely. Zhuer is really good at talking. Every word is so caring. Yao Moan pulled Kubu Zhuer's hand to the table, then summoned Yin Shui and had Tingyu and Yin Shui take a seat together. Big Sister Moan, in a few days, Zhuer will be going to Great Shu with Machine to play. Does Big Sister want to go with Zhuer? Kubu Zhuer immediately understood when she saw Chu Machine looking at her. When he heard this, Yi Junqing, who had been silent for a long time, inadvertently looked towards Yao Moan. However, He noticed that Yao Moen wasn't even looking at him out of the corner of her eye. Sure. Yao Moen nodded with a smile. Since the matter of the alliance had been settled, perhaps she really should make a trip to Great Shu. Hopefully, she could convince the king of Shu to mind his own business. Really? Then you're not allowed to go back on your word. Kubu Zhu'er was naturally overjoyed to see Yao Moen agree. That's right. You can't go back on your promise, or else this prince will look down on you. Chu Moxin deliberately emphasized, unable to conceal the excitement in his eyes. Look at what little prince is saying. Mei Nyang Nyang never goes back on her word. I just don't know if His Highness the Crown Prince will welcome my Nyang Nyang or not. Tingyu purposefully emphasized the words His Highness the Crown Prince. Of course Mabe Gij will welcome her. Zhu'er often hears Big Brother Mabe praising Big Sister, saying that she's gentle and virtuous, beautiful and intelligent. In any case, in Big Brother Mabe's eyes, Big Sister is the most perfect woman in the world. Before Chu Moxin could speak, Kubu Zhu'er immediately cut in. Thankfully, Yao Moen had one hand on the table, otherwise she was really afraid that she would have slid off the chair. Yao Moen wiped away her sweat and turned to look towards Kubu Zhu'er. She really wanted to ask, are you sure that person was Chu Mabe? Are you sure that water hasn't gotten into his head? Big Sister Moen, are you alright? Asked Kubu Zhu'er worriedly when she saw that Yao Moen's expression was abnormal. I'm fine. Since His Highness the Crown Prince thinks so highly of Moen, then Moen must thank His Highness the Crown Prince in person. Yao Moen smiled lightly as she agreed to this matter. When Yao Moen finished speaking, Yi Junqing suddenly put down his bowl. His voice was so heavy that everyone's gaze turned towards him. This prince is full, said Yi Junqing coldly. He then got up and left without looking back. Tingting is also pretty much done eating. Everyone, please enjoy. When Duan Tingting saw that Yi Junqing had left, she felt that there was no need for her to stay, so she just said a few words before leaving. Even a blind person could tell that Yi Junqing was angry, but no one cared. Yao Moen in particular hadn't even glanced at Yi Junqing since entering the room. Tingyu, on the other hand, looked in the direction that Yi Junqing had left with some regret. She felt that she still hadn't used her full strength, otherwise Yi Junqing might not have been able to walk out alive. After leaving the main hall, Yi Junqing went to the Imperial Garden in a fit of pique. He sat alone in the pavilion as his mind was filled with the words that had just been said. Yao Moen was gentle and virtuous, beautiful and intelligent. Chu Mabe's head had definitely been kicked by a donkey, and not just once. Is Prince angry? When Duan Tingting arrived, Yi Junqing was in the middle of muttering through gritted teeth. This prince isn't angry. Very good. If Yao Moen wants to leave, then leave. Who's going to stop her? Yi Junqing was clearly in a fit of pique, but he still refused to admit it. In this moment, Duan Tingting was finally sure that the reason why the parasites were so weak was because Yi Junqing's feelings for Yao Moen were too deep. This wasn't a good sign. Actually, if Prince doesn't want Empress Chu to leave, Tingting can go persuade her. Duan Tingting walked over to Yi Junqing's side with light steps, her limpid eyes sparkling. This prince wants her to leave. The further she goes, the better, so she doesn't keep bullying this prince. Also, don't go see her in case she gets angry. When Yi Junqing saw that Duan Tingting's eyes were like water, his heart inexplicably softened. But Tingting. Just as Duan Tingting was about to speak again, Yi Junqing suddenly got up and looked straight at the familiar figure that was walking over from the corner. Huangfu Juanxiu. Why are you here? Yi Junqing reflexively got up and walked towards Huangfu Juanxiu. When he saw that it was Yi Junqing, Huangfu Juanxiu immediately turned around, but was called back by Yi Junqing. Ahem. What a coincidence. Juanxiu greets Prince. Huangfu Juanxiu complained incessantly. When he found out that Yao Moan and Yi Junqing would come, he had secretly hidden himself, afraid that they would see him. It was only today when Kubu Zhura was hosting a banquet that he dared to come out for some fresh air, but he just had to run into Yi Junqing. Ting, go back first. This prince has something to discuss with Huangfu Juanxiu, said Yi Junqing calmly. Only after Duan Tingting left did he drag Huangfu Juanxiu into the shadows. Prince, let's talk things over. This isn't good, is it? Huangfu Juanxiu glanced meaningfully at his collar that Yi Junqing was grabbing. This prince can talk things over with you, but Huanheng doesn't think so. We've already received Huanheng's secret letter. You brat, you've only been married for less than 100 days and you're already thinking about taking a concubine. Yi Junqing lifted his brows with an ugly expression. Juanxiu can't be blamed for this. If it hadn't been for Huan Kaier's tricks, Juanxiu wouldn't have made such a huge mistake. Back then, Huan Kaier had gotten drunk and let it slip, so Huangfu Juanxiu was instantly enraged. Although Zi Shuang, who had accompanied them, had denied it, the person in question had already admitted to it, so the words of a maid naturally couldn't count. You're saying that Huan Kaier forced you to sleep with her? You're a man, all right. Yi Junqing didn't think much of it. Even if Prince was drugged, even if the person on the bed was a so. When Huangfu Juanxiu felt that his collar was so tight that he couldn't breathe, he finally felt that this analogy wasn't very appropriate. Chapter 397. Do you have proof? Yi Junqing's eyes darkened slightly and his voice was as cold as ice. No. It was always the man who was at a disadvantage. Even if he cut open his stomach and dug out his heart, no one would believe him. Then that's it. Since you don't have proof, what right do you have to say that Huan Kaier drugged you? Also, you didn't say anything back at Ji Province's guest house. Now that you're marrying her to Great Shu, you're saying that you weren't willing. Huangfu Juanxiu, as a man, you need to take responsibility. If you continue to be so harsh, there's no point in living anymore. Yi Junqing lifted his brows disdainfully. Then. Prince, what do you mean? Huangfu Juanxiu choked as if he wanted to compromise. This prince will be returning to Ji Province soon. At that time, come back with this prince and bring Huan Kaier back to Great Shu. She's already your wife, so it wouldn't be good for her to stay in Great Shu, right? Said Yi Junqing solemnly. No, Huanheng will beat me to death. At the time, Huangfu Juanxiu had been in a fit of anger, so he couldn't help but say some outrageous things. As for taking a concubine, it was just to anger Huan Kaier. After calming down, Huangfu Juanxiu actually felt that Huan Kaier wasn't a bad choice. With this prince here, this prince naturally won't let Huanheng harm you in the slightest. However, you have to promise this prince one thing. Yi Junqing's eyes flashed as a scheme came to mind. What is it? Huangfu Juanxiu looked at the smile on Yi Junqing's face and immediately thought of one thing, malicious intent. When Huangfu Juanxiu stood in front of Yao Moan with a sincere expression, Yao Moan felt that she had underestimated Huangfu Juanxiu's resolve. Lord Huangfu still has the nerve to come see this consort. Yao Moan's eyes glowed as she held the teacup. Juanxiu knows that he shouldn't have acted impulsively, so he specially came to offer a humble apology, said Huangfu Juanxiu sincerely. It's only right for you to offer a humble apology, but not to this consort. Lord Huangfu should properly think about how to face old General Huan. Huan Kaier is Huanheng's flesh and blood. You, on the other hand, eating meat for free is already taking advantage of you. Now you actually dare to spit it out. Yao Moan's gaze was cold and her voice was biting cold. Juanxiu already knows his mistake. I'll have to rely on Empress Chu to help me deal with this matter. Huang Fu Juanxiu lowered his head and his attitude became even more respectful. You can't beg this consort for help. Huan Heng is the esteemed prince's subordinate and the esteemed prince is currently in Lulan. Do you know what to do? Yao Moen felt that this face should be given to Yi Junqing. Although Huan Heng was asking for an explanation on the surface, he knew that if he really had a falling out with Huang Fu Juanxiu, the one who would suffer in the end would be his daughter. So as long as Huang Fu Juanxiu was willing to lower his head and admit his mistake, he wouldn't make things too difficult for Huang Fu Juanxiu. Of course, if Yi Junqing were to step in, Huan Heng would naturally be grateful. Huang Fu Juanxiu frowned and reflexively glanced at Yao Moen. His heart was filled with endless sorrow. Can I say that it was Yi Junqing who told me to come find you? Can I? Now that you think about it, this isn't a big deal. It wouldn't be good to alarm the esteemed prince. Also, Huan Kai is just in a bad mood for a moment. Once Juanxiu arrives in Ji province and calms her down, she'll be fine. However, as for Huan Heng, Juanxiu can forget about asking Empress Chu to put in a good word for him. Huang Fu Juanxiu felt bitter inside. Yi Junqing had only told him to trick Yao Moen back to Ji province, but this excuse was truly hard to come up with. Lord Huangfu truly thinks highly of this consort. However, I must disappoint Lord. In Huan Heng's eyes, this consort is nothing more than an idiot, and a powerless idiot at that. Does Lord think that father-in-law of yours will listen to an idiot? Yao Moen sipped her tea as she looked towards Huang Fu Juanxiu disapprovingly. Ahem. Perhaps Empress Chu hasn't revealed her identity yet, but if it's Miss Jingxin, Huan Heng probably won't ignore it. Huang Fu Juanxiu's words caused Yao Moen to shudder. Then she looked towards Huang Fu Juanxiu coldly. Miss Jing Xian. Since this lady is so capable, then Lord should just go find her. Yao Moen's heart turned cold. Now that even Huang Fu Juanxiu knew that she was Jing Xian, this matter wouldn't be able to be hidden for long. Rather than being exposed, it was better for her to take the initiative first. That way, she wouldn't have to give others a chance to gossip. Huang Fu Juanxiu was speechless. Was Yao Moen refusing to admit it no matter what? If Lord Huangfu doesn't have anything else, then this consort is tired. Yao Moen put down the teacup lazily, then leaned against the rattan chair and got up to leave the main hall. When Huang Fu Juanxiu saw that Yao Moen was leaving without looking back, he shook his head helplessly and left. When Yi Junqing saw that it was Huang Fu Juanxiu, he immediately rushed over. How is it? Yi Junqing's eyes were filled with anticipation. Prince, you should just let Huan Heng eat Juanxiu alive. Huang Fu Juanxiu's intentions were very clear. She's not willing to return to Ji province. What's so good about Great Shu? What's so good about Chu Maobei? What's so good about him that she has to go? She even called Chu Maobei a traitor. She even called him an ingrate. Why is she in such a rush to find him now? What a shameless fellow. Humph. Yi Junqing snarled hatefully. He didn't even notice Huang Fu Juanxiu's eyes darting around. Prince is talking about moral integrity with this consort. A cold voice drifted over from behind Yi Junqing. At this time, Yao Moen's expression was calm and her eyes were like two deep pools. There was definitely something fishy going on. Back then, she had forced Huang Fu Juanxiu to strip in front of everyone and parade him through the streets, so Huang Fu Juanxiu hated her to the bone. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't defeat him, Yao Moen was sure that she would have died at his hands several times already. This time, he had actually taken the initiative to look for her, so it didn't make sense. Thus, her guess was confirmed. Huang Fu Juanxiu, you shameless fellow. Do you think that the daughter of this prince's great general is someone you can bring back just because you say so? There's no need to beg. If you don't bring back this mountain of gold, don't even think about seeing Huang Kaier again. Yi Junqing didn't dare to turn around and glared at Huang Fu Juanxiu. In his heart, he was cursing all of Huang Fu Juanxiu's ancestors, starting from the apes. You clearly saw it, so why didn't you warn this prince? Why? Huang Fu Juanxiu really wanted to retort, are you blind? My eyeballs were about to fall out. However, at this time, Huang Fu Juanxiu felt like he should shut up. The more he said, the more mistakes he'd make. Juanxiu will remember the esteemed prince's words. Huang Fu Juanxiu hastily cupped his hands in greeting before fleeing. In reality, Huang Fu Juanxiu felt like his actions weren't really described as fleeing. At most, he was just afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Yin Shui, help this consort back. When Yao Moan saw that Yi Junqing had no intention of turning around, she turned around coldly. However, just as she was about to leave, she saw that Yin Shui had already circled around to stand in front of Yi Junqing. It's true that Yin Shui feels that Chu Mabe is an ingrate, but now that I've seen Prince, Yin Shui feels that there are many types of ingrates. In comparison, Chu Mabe is truly the cutest type of ingrates. Even with Yin Shui's calm personality, she couldn't stand it anymore and her tone was filled with mockery. You? What do you mean? If he's the cutest type, then what is this prince? Yi Junqing didn't like hearing this. You're of the highest quality, replied Yin Shui bluntly. By the time Yi Junqing finally understood the word highest quality, Yin Shui had already left with Yao Moan. Yin Shui. You've been corrupted by your master. Who's the highest quality? You're the highest quality. Yi Junqing was enraged. What did he do wrong? Didn't he just have Huang Fu Juanxiu look for Yao Moan? What was wrong with that? Perhaps Yi Junqing was too angry, so he didn't even notice that Duan Tingting had been standing behind him for a long time. Chapter 398. In reality, the Empress of Chu has already betrayed Yi Hongyi and won't be able to return to the Chu Palace in the future. If this trip to Great Shu really does catch the eye of the Crown Prince, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. First of all, the Empress of Chu will have her own home and this home won't be too bad. Second of all, the Empress of Chu originally supported Prince. If she marries over, even if Great Shu doesn't help Prince in the future, they won't hit you while you're down. No matter how you look at it, this is a good thing. No matter how you look at it, this is a good thing. Why would Prince stop me? Duan Tingting's voice was like the sounds of nature and her clear eyes sparkled with a beautiful light. Duan Tingting had always been confident in her own beauty, but when it came to Yi Junqing, she found it very hard to find a reflection of herself in his eyes. This prince doesn't need a woman's help to accomplish anything. Yi Junqing replied angrily, but when he saw Duan Tingting's eyes turn misty, he started to blame himself. My apologies, this prince was truly muddle-headed from anger. Why did you come out? This prince will send you back. Yi Junqing felt that his heart ached for Duan Tingting. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel so uncomfortable when he saw her tears. However, Duan Tingting didn't think so. If Yi Junqing still couldn't help but yell at her even after being poisoned by the winged parasite, then Yi Junqing probably wouldn't even spare her a glance. At the time, Yi Junqing didn't seem to care much about Yao Moan on the surface, but she didn't expect that Yao Moan had actually taken root in his heart so deeply. Perhaps she should do something about it. The next day, Yao Moan told Yi Junqing that King Lulan had agreed to the non-alliance request and said that she would leave after noon. Yi Junqing didn't say anything and only glared at Yao Moan fiercely before tossing aside his chopsticks and leaving. Duan Tingting followed after him. Your Highness, this servant feels that you're being too tolerant towards Prince. Tingyu felt that if this was in the past, Yao Moen would definitely poke Yi Juanqing's eyes blind. How could a godly person like her master be so easily glared at? How much longer can we be together? Just leave a good impression. Yao Moen smiled bitterly. That's right, when had she been this benevolent? Since Yao Moen had left, there was naturally no need for Yi Juanqing to stay. Thus, after Dage informed Yao Moen and the others that they were leaving, Yi Juanqing took Duan Tingting to bid farewell to King Lulan. Inside the carriage, Duan Tingting tried her best to find topics to talk about, but she couldn't get Yi Juanqing's interest. As a result, when Duan Tingting mentioned that Lulan was rich in natural resources and that its people were simple and honest, Yi Juanqing replied with a completely unrelated sentence. Chu Mabe is honest. Tingting, don't be fooled by appearances. If Chu Mabe is honest, then this king is a little sheep. Yi Juanqing just couldn't understand how Chu Mabe could compare to him in any other aspect besides his flirtatious looks. This was especially true when he had almost taken Yao Moen's life back at Bright Moon Gorge. This woman is really forgetful. Your Highness is worried about the Empress' safety. Duan Tingting felt wronged. As the #1 beauty of Nanxiang, she wouldn't lose out in the slightest even if she stood in front of Yao Moen. Furthermore, she still couldn't make Yi Juanqing fall in love with her pair of wings parasites. This was simply a disgrace. Why should this prince be worried about her? She was the one who wanted to go, so even if she suffered a loss, she only has herself to blame. She can't blame this prince. Humph, said Yi Juanqing hatefully. After a while, he reflexively looked towards Duan Tingting. If you don't mind, then we shouldn't return to Ji province for now. This prince feels that with the current situation, Great Shu's attitude is very important to us. So, this prince wants to make a trip to Great Shu. This prince isn't going for Yao Moen. The person this prince wants to see is the king of Shu, not that ingrate Chu Mabe. Yi Juanqing made a solemn vow, but he didn't know that this kind of explanation was completely meaningless. Instead, it would just make it seem like he was trying to hide something. Whatever your highness says, will do. Tingting is here to see the world with your highness, so naturally everything will be decided by your highness. Duan Tingting took a deep breath. Her voice was as gentle as water, but her heart was as cold as ice. Then it settled. After we get to the next town and rest for a bit, we'll change our route to Great Shu. Coachman, hurry up, urged Yi Juanqing impatiently. When Duan Tingting saw all of this, evil thoughts gradually sprouted in her heart. If the rice was cooked, a gentleman like Yi Juanqing would definitely give her an explanation. Also, if there was skin contact, the power of the winged parasite would increase greatly, Duan Tingting thought. The place Yi Juanqing had chosen to rest in was the town on the border between Lulan, Great Shu, and Great Shu. Although the town wasn't large, it was very affluent. To be more precise, every county in Lulan was very rich. Yi Juanqing and Duan Tingting had just chosen an inn and had just sat down when they heard a familiar voice not far away. Master, little prince will definitely be angered to death by you leaving without saying goodbye, said Tingyu worriedly as she carefully picked up a piece of fish for Yao Moen. If we told him, would we still be able to leave? But with Lord Huangfu here, little prince won't be able to vent his anger on Moen. Yao Moen spoke lightly, but Huangfu Juanxiu broke out in a cold sweat. This. Young miss, please forgive Juanxiu. The moment Huangfu Juanxiu thought of Chu Maxin's murderous, corpse-whipping gaze, his entire body shivered. Every single hair on his body was trembling. Moen can't handle little prince's temper. Yao Moen looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu sympathetically with a pitiful expression. Ahem. Juanxiu feels that it's better for us to go back, said Huangfu Juanxiu firmly. His words were met with disdainful looks from everyone else. Going back is naturally impossible. Moen feels that it's more reliable for Lord Huangfu to lower his head and pray to the gods. Yao Moen wasn't stingy with giving him a clear path. However, Huangfu Juanxiu didn't feel the same way. He felt that what he should do now was squat in a corner and curse. Not long after, Yi Junqing, who had been sitting in the corner listening, felt his stomach hurt. After leaving the inn, Yin Shuai walked over to Yao Moen. Master, Yi Junqing and Duan Tingting have caught up. In reality, even if Yin Shuai hadn't said anything, Yao Moen could still smell that unique and elegant scent on Yi Junqing's body. However, that scent wasn't as pure as it used to be. Ignore them. When facing Yi Junqing, Yao Moen wasn't able to keep her heart as calm as still water, but she was able to disguise it extremely well. Back then, when she was facing her irreconcilable enemy, she was still able to display her foolishness to the extreme. Now, she was naturally able to act calm and collected. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen's carriage had left the town, he immediately ordered the driver to follow. This doesn't seem to be the way to Great Shu. Does Prince not plan on seeing the King of Shu? Duan Tingting lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing with a hint of bitterness in her heart. This prince has thought it through. Right now, the most important thing is to return to Ji province. Right now, Chao Kuin's army is eyeing Guangning covetously, so this prince must return to take charge. Driver, hurry up. Yi Junqing spoke confidently, not feeling the slightest bit ashamed of going back on his word. Prince says that it's fine to go anywhere. Tingting will follow Prince. Duan Tingting's eyes were filled with boundless flirtatiousness. Her jade fingers couldn't help but caress Yi Junqing's arm. His heart felt like there was a dog's tail swaying back and forth, causing him to feel flustered. Yi Junqing swallowed, and after a moment of hesitation, he deliberately pulled his arm back and shifted to the side. Your Highness, are you tired of Tingting? Duan Tingting's curly eyelashes were moist and sparkling, and a drop of tear fell without warning. Don't cry, how could this prince be tired of you? This prince can't even wait to like you. Yi Junqing blurted out without thinking, but his heart was stunned. Did he really say this? Did he really say such mushy words? Prince really likes Tingting. When Duan Tingting heard this, her expression instantly relaxed. For a man, a tearful smile was fatal. At this moment, Yi Junqing wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say. Chapter 399. This prince feels that this carriage is so hot, it's too hot. You're not hot. Then you sit. This prince will sit outside and enjoy the wind. Before Duan Tingting could say anything, Yi Junqing had already run out of the carriage. The autumn wind blew past and Yi Junqing's mind instantly cleared up. He couldn't help but slap himself in the face and say, "Who told you to talk nonsense?" Although Yi Junqing tailed Yao Moen the entire way, he didn't go up to strike up a conversation. In about 10 days, they had rushed back to Ji province. Inside the guest house, everyone was waiting anxiously. Huan Heng and Yan Nanxing were fighting over Yi Junqing. In the end, Yan Nanxing had acted faster and managed to drag Yi Junqing to Qing'er's room. Just as Huan Heng was vexed over not being able to get Yi Junqing, he suddenly received a secret letter. After reading its contents, Huan Heng left the guest house without hesitation. Inside a private room of Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant, Yao Mo Wan was wearing plain clothes and her face was covered with a black veil. She was sitting there quietly. When Huan Heng arrived, Yao Mo Wan was sipping tea. Her posture was graceful and luxurious, and she had a unique aura that emanated power without being angry. This old man pays his respects to Miss Jing Axian. Huan Heng knew how to repay kindness. He admired this Miss Jing Axian from the bottom of his heart. Especially after she led him to seek shelter with Yi Junqing, Huanheng became more and more respectful towards Yao Moen as a god. "Old General, please rise." Yao Moen nodded slightly, then gestured for Huanheng to sit. "Does Miss Jing Xan have something important to discuss with this old man?" Huanheng sat in front of Yao Moen and asked respectfully. "Old General is being too serious. This time, Jing Xan has something to ask of you." Yao Moen got straight to the point. When Huanheng heard this, he hesitated for a moment before standing and cupping his hands. "Miss Jing Xan, please tell me if there's anything." "This old man will naturally do his best," said Huanheng firmly, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Yao Moen's lips curved slightly, then she raised her hand to remove the veil over her face. When Huanheng saw Yao Moen standing in front of him with eyes as clear as autumn water, he was flabbergasted. His entire body seemed to freeze in place, unable to move. Her Majesty. Even in his dreams, Huanheng would never have imagined that the Jing Xan he had always revered like a god was actually the great Chu Empress Yao Moen, who everyone thought was a fool. Even though he had been through hundreds of battles and his heart was as tough as steel, Huanheng still couldn't accept this shocking reality. It is as old General sees, Jingxin is Moen and Moen is also Jingxin. Yao Moen could understand Huanheng's shock. After all, the image of her as the retarded Empress Chu was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. This old man really didn't expect this. What exactly is going on? Huanheng looked towards Yao Moen in confusion, his eyes filled with doubt. "It's a long story. I believe that old general still remembers the previous empress, Yao Maxin. Everyone says that Yao Maxin died in childbirth, but that's not the case." Inside the side room, Yan Nanxing rubbed his forehead as he pointed at Yi Junqing. "Nanxing is only making a cameo appearance in this matter. The main character is here. Back then, he was the one who agreed to help you, so even if you want to die, you should look for him." Yan Nanxing had been tormented by Qing recently. Ever since that time in Myriad Imperial City, Qing had been following behind Yan Nanxing all day. Sometimes she would cry pitifully, sometimes she would act like a shrew and curse him. If Yan Nanxing had known this earlier, he would have wished for nothing more than to turn back time and have him marry Mei Ji instead. "Yi Junqing, back then you promised Qing that as long as you got the key from Su Mo, you would be responsible for sending Qing back to Myriad Imperial City. Now, Qing has also left Water and Sky, but she can't enter Myriad Imperial City. Aren't you forcing Qing into a dead end?" "Yi Junqing, you have to take responsibility for this," shouted Qing as she wiped away her tears. "Ahem. Miss Qing Junqing feels that you should be reasonable in this matter. Although Junqing was the one who begged you back then, the one you saved was Yan Nanxing, so the responsibility of sending you back to Myriad Imperial City shouldn't fall on Junqing's shoulders. Yi Junqing didn't have much of a relationship with Han Genie, so he really couldn't accept this. Then what do we do now? Are you guys planning to ignore this, miss?" Qing placed her hands on her hips and glared at him. "Actually, Junqing has a pretty good idea. If Miss returns to Water and Sky, you'll definitely still be the main character." Yi Junqing's meaning was very clear. At the side, Yan Nanxing rubbed his forehead as his lips twitched. Then he quickly covered his ears. "Yi Junqing. To think that you're so dignified, but I didn't expect you to be such a sanctimonious hypocrite. If Qing was willing to be the main character, why would she have agreed to help you guys back then? Who do you think you are? Alright, now that the matter has been settled, you guys actually want to get rid of the donkey after it's done grinding. Do you really think that Qing is easy to bully? Yi Junqing, let this miss tell you right now, if you don't send this miss to 10,000 Imperial City, this miss will hang her name in a brothel in Ji Province tomorrow." Qing was like a roaring lioness that made Yi Junqing's head hurt. That's a pretty good idea. Yi Junqing nodded with a smile on his face. Prince is laughing too early. Qing hasn't finished yet. Starting from the day Qing hangs her name, she'll definitely take her sisters out for a stroll around the military camp every night. At that time, she'll let the people of Ji province see what the righteous people Prince speaks of are doing. Getting rid of perverted rulers with reason, bringing peace and stability to the country. These words sound better than a song, but when night comes and they strip off their iron skin, which one of them isn't perverted? Which one of them isn't perverted? Righteous people. Pa. Qing Er's words caused Yi Junqing's face to turn green. Ahem. Miss Qing isn't ruthless enough. Yi Junqing felt that this matter had become troublesome. Rumors were fiercer than tigers. If they lost the hearts of the people, this battle would be hard to fight. Qing is just returning a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Qing glanced at Yi Junqing coldly as she said this resentfully. Miss, don't you think that doing this will ruin your reputation? Yan Nanxing reminded her out of goodwill. That's right, if Miss does this, wouldn't it ruin your reputation as well? How would Han Genie look at Miss then? Yi Junqing agreed. Ha, you guys are right. In truth, Qing doesn't need to do this herself. As long as I use enough money and hire a few chatty aunties to say a few words, wouldn't it be simple? Qing lifted her brows, her eyes filled with pride. When Yi Junqing and Yan Nanxing heard this, they instantly became listless. In the end, Yi Junqing promised Qing that he would definitely find a way to send her into Myriad Emperor City within 10 days. Meanwhile, in Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant, after Huan Heng understood the ins and outs of the matter, his admiration for Yao Moen surged like a raging river. I didn't think that Yi Hongyi would be this heartless. The previous empress did everything for him, but he's actually so ungrateful. He's completely devoid of conscience. Huan Heng roared harshly with a deep frown. The reason Moen told the truth to Old General was because she wanted Old General to help Moen clear her name. As long as Old General can stand on Moen's side, Moen will have nothing to worry about. Yao Moen felt that it was time to reveal her identity. However, this matter couldn't be done by Yi Junqing. After all, there were still countless connections between them. However, Huan Heng was different. As an old general in the army, Huan Heng's prestige among the soldiers was extremely high. Most importantly, he wasn't related to her in the slightest, so if he were to reveal everything, it would definitely be highly credible in the eyes of the people. Your Highness, don't worry. Huan Heng naturally knows what to do. However, this matter. What does Prince plan to do? Asked Huan Heng with some apprehension. Old General, don't worry. Moen's words are also Prince's intentions. Yao Moen felt that Yi Junqing wouldn't object to this. After all, Yi Junqing had mentioned several times before that he should announce his identity to the world. Since that's the case, this old man will begin planning. Huan Heng nodded. Once Huan Heng left, Yin Shui turned to look towards Yao Moen. Master, Yin Shui believes that this matter will definitely reach Yi Hongyi's ears very quickly. Yin Shui's expression was solemn. But do you believe it? Yi Hongyi won't believe it. Unless this consort personally admits it, he won't believe it even if he dies. Yao Moen's gaze was cold and disdainful. Yi Hongyi, Moen just wants you to be conflicted over whether to believe it or not and go crazy. Chapter 400. When Yao Moen returned to the guest house, Ting Yu was talking non-stop in her room. Prince really likes that Duan Tingting. That can't be. Yu looked towards Ting Yu in doubt. She kept feeling that Ting Yu was exaggerating. When did you guys see Prince put on clothes for Nyang Nyang? Ting Yu retorted. Everyone shook their heads. I personally saw Prince take off his own clothes and put them on Duan Tingting. It's just the start of autumn and Prince is already so distressed. If it was winter, Prince might even peel off his skin to curry favor. Ting Yu snorted coldly. That's true. Just now, Prince specially ordered me to clean up the best room in the guest house for that Duan Tingting. You guys know that the best room is Master's. It wouldn't be good for me to ask Master out. Ben Lei said awkwardly. Right at this time, Yao Moen had already silently walked behind Ben Lei. To be honest, isn't that Duan Tingting just a bit younger than Master, a bit prettier, a bit more graceful, a bit more lithe, a bit more gentle, and a bit more pleasant smile? She has her strong points, but Master also has Master's weak points. When Ben Lei said this, everyone fell silent. Some even mourned in advance. Why aren't you guys saying anything? Am I wrong? Master isn't here, so tell me the truth. Isn't that Duan Tingting pretty? Feng Lin, tell me, if it was Master or Duan Tingting, who would you choose? Ben Lei had an expression like he'd lived enough, causing everyone to wring their wrists in regret. Behind him, Yao Moen lightly lifted the long hair in front of her forehead. She suddenly felt like a white steed had flown past a crack. So unknowingly, she wasn't young anymore. Don't ask me, I'm determined to achieve the Tao. Feng Lin fiercely shot a glance at Ben Lei, but Ben Lei didn't restrain himself in the slightest. Someone who treats a brothel as their home can achieve the Tao. Who are you trying to fool? Lei Ting, Ting Shan, you two tell me, is Duan Tingting prettier or is Master prettier? Everyone looked towards Ben Lei with pitiful expressions. Perhaps he would never be able to escape his fate of cleaning toilets in this lifetime, or perhaps it would be even worse. Don't ask me, I'm just a bystander. Lei Ting raised his head and stared at the roof. I think men are more suitable for me. After he said this, Feng Lin, who was standing beside Ting Shan, flew several zhang away. It was true that Ting Shan didn't have this kind of fetish, but if he could clear his name, he felt that he could take the blame. Look at how cowardly you are. All of them have been licked by a bear. Ben Lei looked at the crowd in disdain. You've got guts. Then tell me, if it was Master or Duan Tingting, who would you choose? Yue very considerately dug a hole for Ben Lei. That goes without saying. Of course it was Duan Tingting. She was gentle and virtuous. But Master was different. When Master was fierce, he was as tough as a man. But, if there's no limit to the number of answers, you can also choose both. At least when someone bullies you, Master can still be of some use. Ben Lei very seriously jumped into the 10,000-year pit that Yue had dug for him. Ahem, Ben Xianfeng's brain has been tempered by thousands of soldiers and horses, after all. Yin Shui couldn't bear to listen anymore, so she opened her mouth to praise. What do you mean? Ben Lei turned around with great interest, but when he saw Yao Moen, his thin lips, which had yet to fully form a smile, were already broken. It means that you didn't step lightly, explained Yao Moen patiently. Then with Ting Yu's support, she sat down. Moss. Master, when did you come back? Although it wasn't the coldest of days, Ben Lei felt that even the tips of his toes were releasing cold air. When? Let Ben Gong think. Oh, it was when you told Ben Gong to move out of this room. Yao Moen tried hard to remember. Ben Lei cried. He felt that he really could go and reincarnate this time. However, Yao Moen didn't punish Ben Lei, nor did she make him clean the toilets. Not only that, Yao Moen actually really moved out of that room and moved to the quietest southeast corner of the entire residence. This made Ben Lei unable to eat or sleep in peace. There were many times when Ben Lei had to carry a rod to ask for forgiveness and beg Yao Moen to punish him. However, Yao Moen only smiled slightly and invited him out. Thus, Ben Lei got depressed and would even bump into the arched door when he walked. When everyone saw that Ben Lei was dispirited and his face was sallow, they realized that their master had used her true qi this time. Meanwhile, after Huangfu Juanxiu returned to Ji province with Yao Moen settled him in an inn. The next day, Huan Kaier received a letter with Huangfu Juanxiu's current location clearly written on it. Thus, after hesitating for 2 days, Huan Kaier finally brought Zi Shuang with her to find Huangfu Juanxiu based on the address written on the letter. At this time, Huangfu Juanxiu had already been tied to the chair for 3 days and 2 nights without drinking a drop of water. Son-in-law. Zi Shuang opened the door first and saw the dispirited Huangfu Juanxiu sitting on the chair with his head drooped down. When Huan Kaier heard this, she immediately pushed Zi Shuang aside and rushed in. When she saw that Huangfu Juanxiu's face was deathly pale and his lips were chapped, the anger in her stomach instantly extinguished. Juanxiu. Juanxiu, what's wrong? Hurry and wake up. Zi Shuang, hurry and help me. Huan Kaier immediately went forward to help Huangfu Juanxiu up and helped him onto the bed with Zi Shuang's help. Kaier, you're here, why are you only here now? Huangfu Juanxiu leaned against the bed dejectedly. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Yao Moen, you bastard. Didn't you say half a day? Didn't you say half a day? Who tied you up here? Who was it? Huan Kaier stroked Huangfu Juanxiu's pale face, her heart aching for him. Tears welled up in her eyes. Kaier. I'm sorry. Juanxiu shouldn't have said those harsh words and definitely shouldn't have said that he wanted to take a concubine to anger you. Can you forgive me? Huangfu Juanxiu did as Yao Moen said. As long as he could take care of Huan Kaier and have Huan Kaier beg for mercy in front of Huan Heng, this matter could be left unsettled. What's the point of saying this at a time like this? Zi Shuang, hurry and make a bowl of ginseng soup for young master. Remember, use the best ginseng, ordered Huan Kaier anxiously as she wiped away her tears. This servant will go right now, but this servant has something to say. Young master, whether you believe it or not, Zi Shuang never tampered with the ginger soup, so it's even more impossible for young miss to do so. Even if it was Zi Shuang who did it, she wouldn't have told young Mississippi. Young miss admires young master but never thought of using this kind of method to gain young master's favor. This matter is definitely fishy, but young master can't suspect young miss at all. Huan Kaier couldn't bear to part with Huangfu Juanxiu, but Zi Shuang couldn't care less. If she didn't explain things clearly, no one could guarantee that Huangfu Juanxiu would vent his anger on this matter when he had nothing better to do. Zi Shuang, let's not talk about this for now. Hurry and go. Huan Kaier felt wronged, but she didn't want to bicker with Huangfu Juanxiu when she saw how haggard he was. Once Zi Shuang left, Huangfu Juanxiu pulled on Huan Kaier's hand with difficulty, his eyes shining. Kaier, Juanxiu was wrong. It's fine if you want to hit or scold him, but can you forgive Juanxiu? Although Huangfu Juanxiu was tall and sturdy, his handsome face was like that of a legendary pretty boy. Coupled with his current pitiful appearance, Huan Kaier naturally couldn't resist and immediately laid down her arms and surrendered. Let's not talk about the past anymore. Kaier just hopes that you can get better soon so we can go back to Great Shu together, okay? Huan Kaier's eyes were clear as water as tears streamed down her face. I can't not talk about it. Kaier, I really know I was wrong, so, can you put in a good word for me to father-in-law? Huangfu Juanxiu was anxious. Don't worry, with me here, father won't dare to do anything to you. Huan Kaier smiled through her tears and leaned into Huangfu Juanxiu's embrace as she spoke confidently. Reality proved that with Huang Kai around, Huang Hing really wasn't able to do anything to Huang Fu Juanxiu. However, when Huang Kai went to the kitchen to bring out the dishes, Huang Hing personally gave Huang Fu Juanxiu 30 strokes of the stick. By the time Huang Kai returned, Huang Fu Juanxiu had already fainted and couldn't move. Chapter 401. Thus, Huang Fu Juanxiu had no choice but to stay in Ji province to recuperate. During this time, he even made a special trip to visit Yao Moen. Lord Huangfu's gate is very special. If Huang Fu Juanxiu hadn't appeared in front of her, she would have forgotten that there was such a person in Ji province. Might I ask, Empress Chu, that day, you promised Juanxiu that if Huang Kai didn't come to the inn, you would deliver food to Juanxiu. What was the result? Huang Fu Jun. If Huang Kai hadn't arrived in time, he would have lost his life to Yao Moen. There's such a thing. Yao Moen was stunned and looked towards Tingyu suspiciously. That. Replying, Your Highness, there really is. Tingyu was a little embarrassed as she lowered her eyes and replied. Is that so? Then this consort has forgotten about it. Yao Moen said this lightly without the slightest hint of guilt on her face. Yao Moen seemed to have forgotten a lot of things ever since she came back. Sometimes, she even forgot to eat. She really had no reason to blame Yi Junqing for his fickleness. In just a short period of time, hadn't she also changed from the Yao Moxin who wholeheartedly admired Yi Hongyi to the Yao Moen who swore to tear Yi Hongyi to pieces? So she should be more open to the fact that Yi Junqing had fallen in love with Duan Tingting. Forgot. How could the Empress of Chu just say that she had forgotten about it? Juanxiu almost died. Huang Fu Juanxiu was probably so angry that he forgot to read his expression. Then is Lord Huang Fu dead? Yao Moen was unhappy and her voice was as cold as a pond. No, but... Huang Fu Juanxiu was unwilling to accept this. There had to be an explanation for this, right? Since he's not dead, why is Lord Huang Fu saying all this? Threaten Moen. Or do you want to obtain some benefits from Moen? Yao Moen's voice grew colder and her eyes were as cold as ice. That's not it. It's just that, shouldn't Empress Chu apologize to Juanxiu? Huang Fu Juanxiu said resentfully. In any case, he had starved for 3 days and 2 nights, so he was definitely lucky to be able to survive. Oh, so Lord Huang Fu wants Moen to apologize to you. Yao Moen lifted her brows. Her eyes were as beautiful as the stars in the sky. And Huang Fu Juanxiu nodded dumbly. Alright, Yin Shui, help me apologize to Lord Huang Fu. Then she leisurely got up and walked around Huang Fu Juanxiu with Ting Yu's support to walk out. Empress Chu, you're leaving just like that? While Huang Fu Juanxiu was still in a daze, Yin Shui appeared and sealed his acupuncture points with 2 slaps. What happened next was easy to imagine. In the rear garden, Ao Mo Wan was bored to death as she sat in the pavilion. She faced the autumn wind and felt a bit cold. Ting Yu saw that Yao Mo Wan's body couldn't help but tremble. Just as she was about to urge her to return to her room, she suddenly heard a voice coming from the arched door. Your Highness, the flowers here are very special. Tingting has never seen them in Nanxiang. They smell so good. Duan Tingting was dressed in a light green dress. As she walked, she looked like a fluttering butterfly. A light breeze lifted her ink-like hair, causing it to brush against Yi Junqing's face. A numb and ticklish feeling entered his heart and Yi Junqing found it very hard to resist. If you like it, this prince will have Ben Lei pick some tomorrow and send them to your room to grow. Yi Junqing lifted a hand to stroke Duan Tingting's hair. His eyes were filled with deep affection. Tingting thanks your highness. That smile seemed even more brilliant than the sun. Even Yao Mo Wan, who was far away in the pavilion, was moved by it, much less Yi Junqing, who had been poisoned by the twin parasites. At this moment, Yi Junqing seemed to be under a spell as he looked at Duan Tingting with deep affection. His thin lips curved slightly and his slightly rough fingers couldn't help but brush Duan Tingting's slightly messy hair away from her forehead. His lips slowly moved over. The ambiguous atmosphere in the air gradually thickened. The golden rays of sunlight fell on the two beautiful figures standing amidst the flowers. Even an idiot could guess what was going to happen next. Thus, Tingyu couldn't take it anymore and was about to rush over when she was stopped by Yao Mo Wan. "Help this consort back to my room." Yao Mo Wan's voice was very strained, so strained that every word she said felt like a knife was scraping against her throat. The pain was unbearable. "Your Highness." Tingyu couldn't take it anymore and tears poured out of her eyes. "Look at you. If I didn't know better, I would think that you really like Yi Junqing." Yao Mo Wan wiped away the tears from the corners of Tingyu's eyes. "That's right, she should smile. Otherwise, people would think that she was a resentful woman." Just as Tingyu was about to speak again, a commotion broke out in the garden. Qing'er's loud shout instantly snapped Yi Junqing out of his daze. "Yi Junqing. Do you really take my words to heart or not? It's already been 3 days. When do you plan on sending me back?" Qing'er completely ignored Duan Tingting's murderous gaze and continued to glare at Yi Junqing. "Ahem. Junqing has been trying to think of a solution this entire time." Yi Junqing coughed awkwardly as he subconsciously glanced towards Duan Tingting out of the corner of his eye. His eyes were filled with apology. "Think of a solution. Do you think Qing'er is an idiot? You've been living well, holding a beauty in your arms while leaving Qing'er all alone in the room. Yi Junqing, listen up, if you don't let Qing'er get what she wants, then Qing'er definitely won't let you get what you want." Qing'er looked towards Yi Junqing hatefully before her gaze swept over Duan Tingting. Only then did she turn and leave angrily. As Qing'er's figure disappeared through the arched door, Yi Junqing couldn't help but rub his forehead. What was wrong with him just now? He had actually wanted to kiss Duan Tingting. This wasn't his original intention. Yi Junqing was conflicted. Who was that woman? Duan Tingting asked even though she already knew the answer. When she first entered the guest house, she had given some money to the servants so that they could find out everything about everyone in the guest house. It's a long story. Junqing will explain it to you later. Just now. I'm sorry. Yi Junqing choked and his face turned red. Prince's words are too serious. Tingting did it willingly. Actually, we can still continue. It was rare for Yi Junqing to have feelings for her, so Duan Tingting naturally couldn't let go of this opportunity. She took a step forward and gently pulled Yi Junqing's hand to encircle it around her waist. She then leaned in with her lustrous lips. Ahem. This prince suddenly remembered that I've asked Tuan hang out. Help yourself. Yi Junqing frantically pushed Duan Tingting away and left in a sorry state. Duan Tingting's gaze turned cold as she watched Yi Junqing walk away. Right now, the winged parasite was growing rapidly, but Yi Junqing had only been momentarily distracted. If she waited for the winged parasite to grow older, then she wouldn't have another chance to obtain this man's heart. What would she do then? Duan Tingting's eyes darkened. It was this alliance head who called Qing'er over. Inside the pavilion, Yan Nanxing was like a fiery red phoenix that shone brightly. His androgynous face was so beautiful that it was almost bewitching, but it didn't arouse Yao Moan's interest at all. At the side, Tingyu looked towards Yan Nanxing with adoration. However, Yao Moan's expression was as calm as a lake. So. Yao Moan looked towards Yan Nanxing. So that brat Yi Junqing didn't do anything wrong. Yan Nanxing thought that Yao Moan would be grateful to him. A perfectly fine pair of mandarin ducks were forcefully broken up by a lion's head. What a sin. Yao Moan shook her head, then turned to leave with a pitiful expression. Yan Nanqing's eyes widened as he looked towards Tingyu in disbelief. Is your master all right? He needs to be treated if he's sick. Yan Nanqing was deeply worried. Isn't it all because of that ingrate Yi Junqing? A lion's head should at least talk to Prince and tell him to be kind. Prince, he. Just as Tingyu was feeling indignant for Yao Moan called her back. Inside the pavilion, Yan Nanqing felt that the situation was getting serious. Perhaps he really should go talk to Yi Junqing. Chapter 402. Yao Moan finished eating alone in her room and had just walked into the bedroom when she heard a commotion outside. Prince is truly a rare guest, said Tingyu coldly as she looked towards Yi Junqing. This prince has come to find Yao Moan. Call her out. Yi Junqing's eyes were like ice as he shouted angrily. Prince is late. Mei Nyang Nyang has already fallen asleep. When Tingyu saw Yi Junqing's cold attitude, she knew that he definitely wasn't here to apologize to her master. Call her out. Yi Junqing's voice became even colder. Prince is going a bit too far. Tingyu already said that Nyang 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 has fallen asleep. If Prince has something to do, come back tomorrow. Tingyu already felt wronged for Yao Moan. Now that Yi Junqing was acting so rude and unreasonable, she naturally felt uncomfortable. Tingyu. You're just a servant. How dare you disobey this prince's words? Yi Junqing glared at Tingyu. Tingyu never expected Yi Junqing to be this heartless. Her anger suddenly got stuck in her throat and she forced her tears to flow. Just as Tingyu was about to explode, the door suddenly opened and Yao Moan calmly walked out. Her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. It's true that Tingyu is a servant, but Tingyu is this consort's servant. There really isn't a need to listen to Prince. Yao Moan's eyes were cold as she slowly walked in front of Yi Junqing. When their eyes met, Yi Junqing couldn't help but soften. Yao Moan, this prince is asking you. Were you the one who had Huanheng spread Ma Xin's matter and then made your matter public? Even so, Yi Junqing's voice was still so cold that it made people shiver. Nyang Nyang. Tingyu looked at Yao Moan with heartache. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Yao Moan wave her hand. She didn't say anything and carefully retreated behind Yao Moan. Yes. Yao Moan's expression was solemn as she looked towards Yi Junqing coldly. Yao Moan, why didn't you discuss such an important matter with this prince? Do you still have this prince in your eyes? Back then, this prince urged you to reveal your identity but you used all sorts of excuses. Now, you privately went to find Huanheng. Do you want everyone to know that this prince is just a puppet and that everything was done by you behind the scenes? Yi Junqing was furious. He just didn't understand why Yao Moan would rather go find Huanheng than let him help her. Yao Moan felt as if her heart had been suddenly thrown into a sea of fire, or as if it had been ruthlessly pierced by millions of sharp blades. The pain was unbearable. This was Yao Moan's reverse scale, it was the place she couldn't touch the most. Back then, Yi Hongyi had used this exact reason to hurt her to the point where there wasn't an inch of skin left unscathed. Her great kindness had turned into enmity. Back then, she had sacrificed everything she had in exchange for the death of her body and son. Now, Yi Junqing was actually saying the same thing. How could she accept this? If your highness has the guts, say it again. Tears silently fell, burning Yao Moan's cheeks. Her eyes were as sharp as blades as she indifferently stared at the man in front of her. Her voice was as cold as ice, like an icicle at the peak of a 10,000-year-old snow mountain, so cold that it made people tremble. Almost at the same time, Yin Shui suddenly appeared and stood shoulder to shoulder with Ting Yu. The temperature in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. When Yi Junqing saw Yao Mowen's misty eyes, he felt inexplicably guilty. However, he just couldn't understand why Yao Mowen had given this matter to Huan Heng and not him. Ahem. This prince feels that this matter of yours wasn't handled properly. After all, Huan Heng is this prince's subordinate. If you wanted to find him, you should at least give this prince a heads up. Yi Junqing forced himself to remain calm as he explained his reasoning. Yi Junqing. Remember this consort's words. Even if this consort hadn't recruited Huan Heng for you, you have no right to interfere with who this consort finds or what this consort does, even if it wasn't. Prince, please remember your own status. Yao Mowen's eyes were sharp and every word she said was powerful and powerful. You. Yao Mowen, you were indeed in the wrong in this matter. This prince was only reminding you. Could it be that you're in the wrong and you can't tolerate others speaking up? When Yi Junqing saw that not only did Yao Mowen not seem to have any intention of admitting her wrongs, she became even more unreasonable, he instantly felt displeased. That's right. Even if this consort has exposed the heavens, there's no need for you, Yi Junqing, to waste your breath here. Yao Mowen was so furious that she roared in a low voice. Yao Mowen, you're simply unreasonable. Unreasonable. Yi Junqing roared back. So what if I'm unreasonable? So what if I'm unreasonable? If Prince has the ability, then drag Mowen out and behead her. If you don't, then scram right now. Yao Mowen abruptly raised a hand and pointed at the door, her eyes bone-chilling. Yao Mowen. Don't go too far. Yi Junqing never expected that Yao Mowen would say something so ruthless. He immediately glared at her. Yin Shui, throw him out for this consort, said Yao Mowen coldly, then walked back into the bedroom without looking back. If it weren't for her status, Yin Shui would have taught Yi Junqing a lesson a long time ago. Now that there was a chance, Yin Shui naturally wouldn't be polite and really grabbed Yi Junqing's leg and threw him out. When Yin Shui returned, Ting Yu locked the door tightly without hesitation. Just as Ting Yu was about to enter the bedroom to comfort Yao Mowen, Yin Shui stopped her. Master is currently in a fit of anger and won't listen to anything. Let's just let Master calm down. Ting Yu felt that Yin Shui's words were reasonable, so she didn't go in. In the bedroom, Yao Mowen sat alone on a chair. The hand holding the teapot trembled uncontrollably as tears fell. Yao Mowen. You're not allowed to cry. The one in the wrong was never you. It was them who had eyes but couldn't see, it was them who had the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Puppet. What a good puppet. Yi Junqing, since you don't want to be a puppet, then Mowen can let go. From now on, everything Mowen owes you has been repaid. Yao Mowen really didn't want to cry, but her tears just kept flowing down. No matter how she tried to wipe them away, she still couldn't stop them. The next day, just as Ting Yu was advising Yao Mowen not to leave, Ben Lei suddenly rushed in. Master, it's bad. Ben Lei stood at Yao Mowen's side, gasping for breath. When he saw Yao Mowen packing her luggage, he was flabbergasted. Master knows. Ben Lei looked towards Ting Yu suspiciously. What happened? Ting Yu had a blank expression as she asked in confusion. This is hard to say. Ben Lei hesitated. What exactly happened? Hurry up and say it. Ting Yu thought that it was because the situation was tense or that the Iron Blood Corps had made a move. In any case, anything was fine as long as Master could stay. Ting Yu had always believed that even if someone had to leave, it would be Duan Tingting. No matter what, it wouldn't be her master's turn. That. Last night, Prince spent the night in Duan Tingting's room. Ben Lei said carefully. Yao Moen's hand that was packing her luggage paused for a moment, then her movement sped up. What did you say? Prince actually. This is too much. Ting Yu's head was burning with anger. She was just about to rush out when she was stopped by Yao Moen. Ting Yu, go call Yan Nanqing over. Yao Moen's expression was like water as she coldly ordered. No one knew that the moment Ben Lei said that something had happened, it was as if her heart had been entangled by the zither strings. With just a light tug, it caused streaks of blood to flow down along the zither strings. Nyang nyang. Ting Yu felt that even if she had to sacrifice her life, she had to make Yi Junqing give Master an explanation. Is it that even you feel like a puppet? If that's the case, you can leave, there's no need to come back. Yao Moen did her best to make her voice sound calm and without any ripples, but the trembling seemed to come from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't suppress it. This servant will go call Yan Nanqing right now. Ting Yu held back her tears and turned to leave the inner room. Yao Moen didn't say anything and continued packing. At the side, Ben Lei stood there awkwardly, finding it difficult to advance or retreat. Chapter 403. Master. Ben Lei feels that Prince isn't that kind of person. How about Master give Prince a chance to explain, urged Ben Lei in a low voice. Yao Moen was speechless. She raised her hand to grab the luggage but Ben Lei snatched it away first. Give it to me, said Yao Moen solemnly, her expression as cold as ice. Master, Prince is in the main hall. If this is just a misunderstanding, then there's no point in Master leaving. I beg you, give Prince a chance to explain, all right? Ben Lei clutched the luggage tightly as he shook his head. This consort will say it one more time, bring the luggage over, said Yao Moen coldly. Ben Lei retreated and continued to shake his head. In Shua. By the time Yao Moen finished speaking, Ben Lei's luggage had already returned to Yao Moen's hands. In Shua, you should also persuade Master. If you leave just like this, who's going to benefit? Ben Lei panicked and looked towards Yin Shua for help. Yin Shua also wanted to say something, but she understood that once Master had decided on something, no one could change her mind. Inside the main hall, Yi Junqing sat on the main seat with a vexed expression. At the side, Yan Nanqing was chattering away. Yi Junqing, water must have gotten into your head. There are at least 30 rooms in the residence, you went into the wrong room. Why did it have to be Duan Tingting's room? What do we do now? Yan Nanqing's handsome face was twisted in confusion. It was as if the person who had gone into the wrong room wasn't Yi Junqing but him. This prince also didn't expect. This prince was drunk at the time, so I thought. He had thought that it was Yao Moen who was calling him, so he walked over without any hesitation. But who would have thought that the person lying next to him would be Duan Tingting? Alliance head Yen, my master is looking for you. Please come over. Just as Yi Junqing was finding it hard to explain, Ting Yu rushed in. Looking for me? Are you sure that the person Yao Moen is looking for is me and not Yi Junqing? Asked Yan Nanqing suspiciously. Ting Yu is sure that Master is looking for Alliance head and not this damned Yi Junqing. The moment Ting Yu saw Yi Junqing, her eyes turned red and waves of anger rose in her chest. When Yi Junqing heard this, he looked up. Before he could speak, Ting Yu angrily rushed over. What does the prince want to say? She wanted to say that Ting Yu was only a servant and didn't have the qualifications to stand here and talk nonsense to the prince. That's great. His Highness will give the order to execute Ting Yu right now. But even if Ting Yu died, she would turn into a malicious spirit and come to seek justice from the prince. Master did everything for Wang Ye, but Wang Ye repaid kindness with enmity. Puppets. His Highness had actually said that his master had turned him into a puppet. It was simply incomprehensible. Now, his master was leaving. If Prince still has a bit of conscience, you should know what to do. Ting Yu's eyes were scarlet red as she roared angrily. At the side, Yan Nanqing's lips twitched and he couldn't help but swallow. Even Yao Moan's servant girl was furious. This matter wouldn't be easily settled. Alliance master, don't let my master wait for too long. This servant will take her leave. Ting Yu turned to look at Yan Nanqing, bowed, and then resolutely left the main hall. Yi Junqing only dared to speak after Ting Yu's figure faded out of sight. Then what should this prince do now? After saying this, Yan Nanqing almost collapsed. When Yan Nanqing walked into Yao Moan's room, Yao Moan was sitting at the table, sipping tea. On the table was a bundle made of purple satin. Ahem. Does Moan have something important to discuss with this humble one? Yan Nanqing was humble and polite, but he felt that his smile was a bit inappropriate. However, aside from this expression, he didn't know what kind of expression to use to face Yao Moan. There was a saying that didn't hit a smiling person. Even if Yao Moan vented her anger on him, based on his brilliant smile, she probably wouldn't be able to do it. Moan is willing to send Qing back to 10,000 Imperial City, but there is one condition. Yao Moan got straight to the point and didn't waste any words. She didn't even mention Yi Junqing. Actually, this matter can be delayed. Junqing was just muddle-headed and drunk. Yan Nanqing had just started speaking when he saw Yao Moan's cold gaze shoot over. You speak first, haha. Yan Nanqing laughed dryly. Moan will be leaving Ji province this time and won't be coming back for a while. During this time, Moan will hand wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and Luxia to Alliance Head. No matter what happens, Moan hopes that Alliance Head can protect them. If they get hurt in the slightest, Alliance Head knows Moan's temper. Yao Moan had always been very protective of her subordinates. Yao Moan, you found your conscience and are actually willing to return them to this Alliance Head. That in shui, ahem. I was just joking, if you don't like it, then this Alliance Head won't say anything. When Yan Nanqing saw Yao Moan's cold gaze, he felt that keeping his mouth shut was the smartest thing to do. Yao Moan got up to grab the bundle, but Ting Yu beat her to it. Nyang nyang. Ting Yu looked towards Yao Moan with some pity. Let's go. Yao Moan's cherry lips curved slightly. The unintentional bitterness caused everyone's hearts to break. Just as Yao Moan walked out of the room, Yi Junqing slowly walked towards her. Moan, last night, this prince really, Yi Junqing, listened to this consort's words clearly. Back then, you did everything for eldest sister. If it wasn't for eldest sister, the person sitting on the dragon throne right now definitely wouldn't be Yi Hongyi. Moan knows how to repay kindness. Everything I did was to repay eldest sister's favor. Now that Moan has publicly transferred Mang Yuan's business to Prince, Moan has already helped eldest sister repay the favor she owed you, Yi Junqing. From now on, you can walk your own open road and Moan can walk her own single log bridge. From now on, you don't need to think about who you're a puppet anymore. Moan's cultivation isn't high enough, so she really can't afford to raise a puppet. Farewell. Yao Moan's voice was like the spring rain in Jiangnan. It was lively and pleasing to the ear, but when it entered one's heart, it was incomparably heavy. His heart hurt, as if it was being bitten by thousands of poisonous snakes. Yi Junqing instinctively rubbed his chest. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, none of those flowery words could express his feelings. He wanted to keep Yao Moan here, but he discovered that he had no reason to. Yi Junqing, are you mute? Hurry up and say something. Yan Nanqing had never seen Yao Moan this serious before. He knew that Yao Moan was serious this time. Moan. Everything you did. Was it really just to help Ma Xin repay this prince's favor? Yi Junqing didn't understand why he was so conflicted about this question, but he just wanted to know the answer. What else? Tingyu, let's go. Yao Moan's coldness made Yi Junqing feel like he was in a boundless ocean. The saltiness of the seawater filled his lungs, making him feel like he was suffocating. At this moment, although the courtyard was filled with people, it was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yao Moan walked out of the guest house under everyone's gaze. Qing naturally followed behind her. In the shadows, Duan Tingting's red lips curved slightly and her eyes were brilliant. Now that Yao Moan had left, Yi Junqing and her were done. Everything was developing according to her plan. In the near future, she was confident that she would definitely replace Yao Moan and enter Yi Junqing's heart. Only when Yao Moan's figure disappeared from the guest house did everyone look towards Yi Junqing. Just as everyone thought that Yi Junqing should chase after her, he turned to leave. Prince is so heartless, Yu still decided to follow Master. Yu deliberately raised her voice, but it didn't attract Yi Junqing's attention at all. Chapter 404. Feng Lin will go with you to find Master. Hearing Feng Lin's words, Thunder and Lightning nodded in agreement. When the four of them turned around, they were stopped by Yan Nanxing. Are you guys stupid? Why didn't you stay behind to keep an eye on that Duan Tingting? Why did you go look for Yao Moan? Reminded Yan Nanxing in a low voice. This kind of thing is not something we can stop just by watching. Yu disagreed. Based on your understanding of Yi Junqing, is he someone who likes the new and gets tired of the old? Yan Nanxing still felt that Yi Junqing's love for Duan Tingting was completely unreasonable. Even if he was willing to abandon Yao Moan, how did he convince himself to forget Yao Moxin? If someone said that Yi Junqing had forgotten about Yao Moxin, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. I didn't think so before, but now, I see it with my own eyes. Yu replied coldly. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Junqing would never be able to wash away the reputation of being a heartless man. Alliance leaders' words are not without reason. In fact, Feng Lin feels that with His Highness's character, he won't lose his temper after drinking. Yu let's stay here for now. If His Highness has really let Master down, it won't be too late for us to leave then. Feng Lin calmly analyzed. At the side, Ben Lei had not spoken from beginning to end. On one side was the prince that had followed him for many years, and on the other side was the new master that had treated him well. It was truly difficult to choose. Just a short while ago, Yao Moan had thought that as long as she left the guest house, she would be able to relax. But now, her mood was even heavier than before. If you don't want to leave, Qing doesn't mind waiting for a few more days. Qing who had been through many hardships, naturally saw through Yao Moan's thoughts and raised her brows. You really don't mind waiting for a few more days? Alright, let's go back. Yao Moan felt that she wasn't too bad. At least she still had the mood to tease Qing I'm just being polite. Can't you tell? There's no turning back. Even if you want to go back, Yi Junqing will have to send you back in a large palanquin. Otherwise, it'll be very embarrassing. When Qing saw that Yao Moan had stopped walking, she immediately tugged on her arm and pulled her forward. Yao Moan only smiled faintly, but her heart was filled with bitterness. Since she'd left, she'd never thought of going back. Puppet. This was the last word she wanted to hear in her life. Speaking of which, the journey to Myriad Imperial City would take around 5 days. Yao Moan had Yin Shui to secretly protect her, so there wouldn't be any problems along the way. Yi Junqing, on the other hand, hadn't been able to eat or drink since Yao Moan left. He had also gotten a lot thinner. Your Highness, it's all Tingting's fault. If it weren't for Tingting. Empress Chu wouldn't have left. But Tingting really didn't know that Empress Chu cared so much about what happened between us. I'm sorry. Duan Tingting counted the days. This period of time was the peak of the winged parasitic insect. She had to work hard. So after dinner, Duan Tingting purposefully brought a bowl of ginseng soup into Yi Juanqing's room to comfort him, but in reality, she was waiting for something to happen. Don't make wild guesses. Moen running away has nothing to do with you. It was this prince who said some harsh words. Tingting, this prince, will take responsibility for what happened that night. As Yi Juanqing looked at Duan Tingting's sparkling eyes, his heart was in turmoil. With Prince's words, Tingting feels at ease. Duan Tingting set down the porcelain bowl and gracefully sat down next to Yi Juanqing. Her fingers caressed Yi Juanqing's handsome face. Prince has lost a lot of weight these past 2 days. Tingting's heart aches just looking at you. Duan Tingting intentionally teased him as her fingers slowly slid from Yi Juanqing's face to his collar. Her eyes were as bright as stars. Ahem. It's getting late, you should go back and rest. This prince suddenly remembered that there are still military matters to take care of, so I won't be accompanying you. When Duan Tingting's fingers reached into his collar, Yi Juanqing felt as if there was a venomous snake coiled around his neck. A cold wind blew past, causing him to shiver. Prince. Duan Tingting wasn't willing to give up and immediately leaned over, but Yi Juanqing pushed her away. Sorry, this prince really does have matters to take care of. You should drink this ginseng soup. Yi Juanqing fled the room as if he was running for his life, leaving behind a blushing Duan Tingting. At this moment, Duan Tingting couldn't understand Yi Juanqing's reaction. Ever since she could remember, she had never seen anyone who could resist the power of the winged parasite. At the time, she had used 100 men to test the parasite. As long as she spoke, those men would fight to be the first. They wouldn't even hesitate to jump off a cliff for her, much less climb onto her soft bed. She hadn't expected that Yi Juanqing would have such strong resistance. Was it because of Yao Moen? Even if he loved Yao Moen, there was no reason for it to be so deeply engraved in his heart. What was the problem? Duan Tingting couldn't understand. In the shadows, Feng, Yu, Lei, and Yan looked at each other in dismay. Their anger eased slightly, but then they silently retreated. Inside the study, Yi Juanqing held a purple clay wine gourd and took large gulps. Drinking wine is good, it can cure all worries. Come, this senior brother will accompany you. Yan Nanxing floated over to Yi Juanqing like a ghost and reached out to ask for the wine gourd. However, Yi Juanqing refused. The person in this prince's heart has always been Yao Moxin, right? Yi Juanqing abruptly raised his eyes. His deep eyes were like the blue dome of the night sky, vast and indistinct, but also like the deep sea of the night, filled with an intense black color. Yan Nanxing was slightly startled, then his thin lips curved into a helpless smile. So. Yan Nanxing felt that Yi Juanqing had truly changed. For him to be able to ask this kind of question, it meant that his heart was no longer certain. This stunned Yan Nanxing greatly. So this prince can't possibly fall in love with Yao Moen. She's Moxin's younger sister, this prince shouldn't have any thoughts towards her. Yi Juanqing was clearly looking at Yan Nanxing, but those words were for him to hear. When Yan Nanxing heard this, he inwardly sighed in relief. Thankfully, Yi Juanqing was only thinking about Yao Moen. If it was Duan Tingting, then things would be terrible. Then what are your thoughts towards Yao Moen? Yan Nanxing followed the vine to the melon, as if he had no intention of probing. This prince has decided to marry Duan Tingting, but for some reason, every time this prince thinks about this matter, this prince's mind is filled with Yao Moen. Yi Juanqing shook his head in annoyance. When he said this, Yan Nanxing's lips twitched subconsciously and his eyes widened. What, What did you say? Yan Nanxing felt like his entire body was trembling. What's wrong? Yi Junqing asked when he saw Yan Nanxing's lips twitch and his brows rise high. You said you want to marry Duantingting. This alliance didn't hear wrong, right? Yan Nanxing felt like he was standing in a hurricane. Even his mouth had been blown out of shape. This prince has done something wrong, so this prince naturally has to take responsibility, said Yi Junqing matter-of-factly. My junior brother. How could you say something so ignorant? Strictly speaking, it's still unknown who was in the wrong that night. You have to reconsider. Yan Nanxing never would have imagined that Yi Junqing would have this kind of thought. This was simply pedantic. Extremely pedantic. This prince is in the wrong, there's no doubt about that. It was true that he didn't love Duantingting, in fact, he didn't like her, but if he did something wrong, then he had to pay the price. Furthermore, it was a huge mistake like sullying a woman's purity. Then you don't care about Wan Maxin anymore. Yan Nanxing stabbed at Yi Junqing's sore spot. No one can replace Maxin in this prince's heart. This prince is only marrying Duantingting to atone for my sins. Yi Junqing looked towards Yan Nanxing firmly. Junior brother, not only are you letting down your Maxin by doing this, it's also unfair to Duantingting. Are you sure that she'll tolerate you still thinking about another woman after marrying her? Yan Nanxing tried his best to persuade him. But just as Yi Junqing was feeling conflicted, the door was suddenly pushed open. Duantingting was standing there with a bowl of ginseng soup in her hands. Tingting can tolerate it and will remember Yao Maxin with Prince. Duantingting's words made Yan Nanxing completely speechless. Tingting. Yi Junqing hadn't expected that Duantingting would be outside. He instinctively got up with a panicked expression. Chapter 405. Prince, there's no need to say more. Tingting has admired Prince for a long time. If I can marry Prince, it would be Tingting's greatest fortune. As for Yao Maxin, for Prince to love her so deeply, she must be a beautiful woman. It's a pity that she died so early. Tingting is willing to take care of Prince in place of older sister Maxin. If Prince is willing, Tingting is willing to make Yao Maxin your legal consort and offer incense to you every morning and night. Duantingting's words touched the bottom of one's heart and moved the soul. Even Yan Nanxing felt that he couldn't resist it. Who would be willing to let down such a righteous woman? Tingting, many thanks. Duantingting's words moved Yi Junqing greatly. Prince and Tingting are about to become husband and wife. There's no need to be so polite. Duantingting walked over and placed the ginseng soup in front of Yi Junqing. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, beautiful enough to topple a city. Yi Junqing couldn't refuse, so he drank the entire bowl. When Yan Nanxing saw Yi Junqing and Duantingting exchanging glances, he couldn't help but choke. There didn't seem to be anything left for him here, so he shook his head helplessly and left the study. At this time, Feng, Yu, Lei, and Dian were standing outside the study, looking at Yan Nanxing with sharp eyes. Prince is so ruthless. If he marries Duantingting, what will happen to Master? Yu roared in anger as she glared at the two figures reflected in the window. At this moment, Yu really wanted to rush in and slap each of them. It seems that Prince is determined this time. Since that's the case, it won't be good for us to stay. Feng Lin looked towards Yan Nanxing in disappointment. That's right, we're Yao Moan's hidden guards, so there's no reason for us to stay. Let's go, said Lei Ting fiercely. Can you guys not be so impulsive? The situation hasn't reached the point where either the fish dies or the net splits. Nanxing feels that there's still a chance. Yan Nanxing stood in front of Feng Lin and the others as he tried to persuade them. Forgive you for being blind, but I really can't see where the chance is. You looked towards Yan Nanxing coldly. If there's no chance, then we'll create one. What can you guys change by leaving in anger? As hidden guards, your duty is to protect Yao Moen. If Yi Junqing marrying Duan Tingting will make Yao Moen sad, then think of a way to stop it. Why are you guys looking for Yao Moen now? Hugging each other and crying. Yan Nanxing raised his eyebrows and looked at the crowd. When her and the rest heard this, they pondered for a moment and finally gave up on the idea of leaving. Perhaps Yan Nanxing was right. Rather than leaving without achieving anything, it was better to give it a try. Yan Nanxing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone had given up on the idea of leaving. Don't worry, Nanxing will make a trip to Myriad Imperial City right now. During this time, you definitely can't let Yi Junqing enter Duan Tingting's room again. If she gets pregnant, that would really be terrible. Yan Nanxing's words caused everyone to sweat. The Alliance Master was still the most experienced. Under the sunlight, 10,000 Imperial City was still as dazzling and magnificent as ever. As she stepped on the mud-and-fat jade floor and looked at the trees of gold, even the unhappy Yao Moen couldn't help but smile. Your Highness, isn't this too extravagant? Ting Yu's eyes widened as she looked at the scene before her in astonishment. Yao Moen could understand what Ting Yu was feeling right now. At the time, Ting Yu's reaction was definitely no less than Yao Moen's. Yao Moen, do you believe me? Qing didn't want to come back for this gold. Tears welled up in Qing Er's eyes as she looked at the familiar 10,000 Imperial City. How could a courtesan of the same color as water and sky lack money? It's just that a certain someone might not be able to understand your sincerity. Yao Moen felt bad for Qing Qing knew better than she did how many women Han Genie had kept in 10,000 Imperial City. Of course I'm willing. What should I do? Yao Moen, you promised Qing that if you don't bring Qing into 10,000 Imperial City, Qing will bang her head against the wall and die here. Then she'll turn into a malicious ghost to teach you a lesson. Qing stopped crying and looked towards Yao Moen. Moen's afraid that the one who turns into a malicious ghost won't be you. Yao Moen smiled bitterly. If she had known that she would have to return one day, she wouldn't have done things so ruthlessly. Now that she's back, that Lord Qiao might not be willing to let the matter go. As the two of them spoke, the city gates opened and Lord Qiao swaggered in wearing a set of azure-colored glass beads. Lord Qiao, this set of clothes is great. Yao Moen forced out a smile, her attitude extremely attentive. This was because she knew one thing, she was only the smallest speck of dust in the myriad of worlds. Even though she was heartbroken, she couldn't ask everyone to shed tears for her. In this world, no one should accommodate anyone. Isn't this all thanks to Empress Chu? If it wasn't for Empress Chu's sinister schemes that day, Honorable Lord wouldn't have bestowed this set of clothes on me. What, has Empress Chu taken a fancy to this set of clothes? Then do you want Lord Qiao to take it off for you now? Lord Qiao said each word through gritted teeth. His eyes looked like he wanted to glare Yao Moen to death. Cough cough. Look at what Lord Qiao is saying. Even if Moen takes a fancy to it, she wouldn't bear to let Lord Qiao take it off at this time. Yao Moen laughed dryly. As the saying goes, it's easy to see the king of hell, but difficult to deal with little ghosts. This was exactly what she was feeling right now. Humph. Qing why did you come back? Didn't Honorable Lord say that he doesn't want to see you ever again? Lord Qiao's attitude was very cold and his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Lord Qiao, Qing knows her wrongs. Please let Qing see Honorable Lord, I beg you. Qing expression was sorrowful as she immediately knelt down. Why are you so stubborn? Forget it, I can't make this decision. Honorable Lord is currently soaking in the hot spring. When Honorable Lord comes out, I'll naturally report to him. Just wait here. After Lord Xiao said this, he turned to leave. Yao Moen immediately walked up. Lord Xiao, there's still Moen. Yao Moen said with a smile. You wait here too. No matter how Lord Xiao looked at her, he found Yao Moen to be an eyesore. If it wasn't for the fact that Honorable Lord treated her differently, he swore that he would have unhesitatingly slapped Yao Moen's head when they first met. After Lord Xiao left, Yao Moen and Qing looked at each other in dismay and began to wait for a long time. 6 hours had already passed. Even if it was a stone Buddha, it would have pretty much been eroded by the wind. Thus, Yao Moen suspected that the water in the hot spring had suddenly boiled and cooked Han Genie. Otherwise, Lord Xiao was abusing his position to avenge a personal grudge and didn't report at all. Yao Moen only stopped letting her imagination run wild when she saw that black figure walk out of 10,000 Emperor's City. She looked towards Han Genie impatiently. Lord Xiao, if Yao Moen comes in the future, there's no need to report. Just let her in directly. Han Genie's black hair was still wet. Water droplets flowed down his hair and soaked his gorgeous black robe. Moen greets Honorable Lord. Yao Moen bowed gracefully and gave a humble salute. It's rare to see you so polite. Let's go. Han Genie laughed heartily and immediately pulled Yao Moen. However, he saw that Yao Moen's gaze swept over another person. Honorable Lord. When Qing, who was always eloquent, saw Han Genie, she was instantly at a loss for words. Her teary eyes were filled with pleading. Did you not understand this Honorable Lord's words? Han Genie clearly didn't have any intention of letting Qing, in. That. Honorable Lord, Qing, is Moen's friend. Yao Moen said timidly. Although she didn't think that her words could change Han Genie's mind, she had promised Qing, so she naturally couldn't leave Qing, alone. Yao Moen also thought it through. If Han Genie refused Qing, she wouldn't go in either. Han Genie only hesitated for a moment and then nodded. That night, Lord Xiao didn't care about the previous enmity and prepared a sumptuous dinner for Yao Moen. There were no less than 200 delicacies. Yao Moen ate very happily. Tingyu and Yin Shui also ate to their heart's content. This journey was covered in dust and they were also quite tired. Master, Tingyu served you to rest. Tingyu couldn't help but yawn. Then, she hurriedly covered her mouth and looked towards Yao Moen in shame. Chapter 406. Forget it, you should go back to your room and rest. Otherwise, if you fall asleep halfway, this consort will have to drag you back. Yao Moen was very experienced in this. But Tingyu looked towards her master worriedly. You won't even listen to this consort's words. Seeing Yao Moen's sullen anger, Tingyu immediately retreated. Once Tingyu left, Yao Moen was no longer sleepy and sat down by the table. She had originally thought that if she ate more, her heart would be full. Unfortunately, even though her stomach was full, her heart was still empty. Tears fell. Yao Moen raised her hand to touch them and was shocked to find that her fingertips were cold. Why was she crying? Yao Moen looked at the tears on her fingertips and felt bitter. So she did care. She cared that Yi Junqing would fall in love with Duan Tingting in such a short amount of time, cared that he would say such hurtful things, cared that he entered Duan Tingting's room and was reborn. In the end, she still loved him, but in the end, she loved the wrong person. Yao Moen cried uncontrollably. She used her tears to wash away all traces of that person in her heart, but it was to no avail. Yi Junqing really deserves to die. A clear voice rang out. Yao Moen instinctively wiped away her tears, but she couldn't hide the tears on her face. Why did you bring him up all of a sudden? Yao Moen wanted to make it seem like she didn't care, but the tears were there. No matter how good her disguise was, no one was blind. I'm fine, but you're not. In reality, Yao Moen felt like Qing Er could pretend not to see, but honesty was also a matter of time. Moen just. Yao Moen wanted to explain, but Qing Er beat her to it. Don't say that the wind blew sand into your eyes. Then why don't you rub it out for Qing Er to see? Qing Er's words were very choking. Yao Moen looked towards Qing Er seriously. After a long while, she finally spoke. With that mouth of yours, it's already a miracle that you didn't get beaten to death. How did you become a courtesan? Yao Moen's words caused black lines to appear on Qing Er's face. Hey, it's not that older sister can't talk about things you like, but would you be willing to listen to those useless words? Qing Er objected. Alright, what do you want to say? Yao Moen compromised. Just cry to your heart's content and then forget about Yi Junqing. Focus on digging for treasures with us sisters, said Qing Er directly. Moen doesn't lack money right now. Right now, the business in Mong Yuan was enough for Yi Junqing's army to use, so money didn't seem to have any meaning to her. Besides, she really wasn't in the mood to carry pickaxes right now. You don't understand Qing Er's meaning. In reality, compared to that Yi Junqing, High Lord is many times better. At the very least, High Lord wouldn't make the woman he cares about cry. Qing had directly stated her purpose for coming here. At that time, Yao Moen had said a few words and she had entered Myriad Imperial City. From that moment on, Qing knew that Exalted Lord was very attentive towards Yao Moen. You've cried more than once. Yao Moen felt that Qing was exaggerating. That's because Exalted Lord doesn't have Qing in his heart. Yao Moen realized that she had touched Qing Er's sore spot, so she immediately looked towards Qing apologetically. Cough. Strictly speaking, there is no one else in Han Genie's heart other than himself. He's addicted to narcissism. Yao Moen wanted to ease the atmosphere, so she started to shamelessly insult Han Genie. Qing doesn't feel that Exalted Lord has narcissistic tendencies. Qing disagreed. If it's not narcissism, then there's something wrong with his eyes. Based on Yan Nanqing's appearance, he's countless times more handsome than him, yet he can't see it. Yao Moen was sincere when she said this. You're talking nonsense. Yan Nanqing looks like that, how could he be called handsome? Yao Moen, there's something wrong with your sense of beauty. Qing immediately stood up and defended her sternly. When Yao Moen heard this, she looked towards Qing in astonishment. Her eyes widened to their limits. Was there something wrong with her sense of beauty? Or were all the people in Myriad Imperial City blind? Qing it's getting late. You should go rest. The sound of rain hitting porcelain came from the door. When Yao Moen saw Han Genie appear at the door like an owl in the middle of the night, she felt that she was going to be out of luck. When Qing saw that it was Han Genie, she looked towards Yao Moen with sympathy before silently leaving. Great Exalted Lord Han, why aren't you asleep yet? Yao Moen felt that if she was kicked out by Han Genie, she would have no home to return to. If you're unhappy, then don't smile. Otherwise, it's uglier than crying. Han Genie slowly walked into the main hall. He lightly lifted his robe and sat in front of Yao Moen. His movements were like floating clouds and flowing water. There was a kind of boorish beauty to it. These were the words that Yao Moen was going to use to flatter him. Yao Moen's heart ached. Yao Moen felt that she had truly fallen. Not too long ago, there had never been a time when she had to patiently appease someone when she was in a bad mood. Actually, in Moen's eyes, exalted Lord Han is still elegant and distinguished. Yao Moen wanted to circle back to what she had just said. It's too elegant and distinguished. Han Genie felt that Yao Moen's words were mocking him. Of course not. Yao Moen shook her head. You like Lord Qiao's glass clothes? Han Genie changed the topic and looked towards Yao Moen. I don't dare to like it. Yao Moen lied. Anyone would be moved by the water azure glass that was even more precious than blue light glass. She didn't lack money, but her nature dictated it. This is for you. Han Genie did not speak any nonsense. She immediately placed the glazed robe that was on Qiao Ye's body on the table. For me. Yao Moen's eyes brightened. It was as if the haze in her heart had been swept away by the glass light. You don't want it. Han Genie raised his brows. It's a waste not to want it. Yao Moen immediately pulled the glass clothes to her side. Seeing Yao Moen like this, Han Genie's thin lips curled slightly and he instantly returned to normal. After Han Genie left, Yao Moen's bright smile didn't even have time to disappear before it froze on her face. So it turned out that smiling along with someone was such a painful thing. Yao Moen sat powerlessly on the chair. Her jade fingers caressed the glass ball on the table. Her heart was like stagnant water, without a single ripple. In the next few days, Han Genie accompanied Yao Moen every day. They walked around Myriad Imperial City again and again. As long as there was something that caught Yao Moen's attention, it would definitely appear in Warm Jade Pavilion that night. Thus, Lord Qiao was out of luck. In reality, Yao Moen just wanted to know what Lord Qiao would wear without the glass clothes. So every time she saw Lord Qiao, her gaze would intentionally linger on Lord Qiao. And every night, among the things that Han Genie brought in, there would definitely be Lord Qiao's clothes. Until one day, Lord Qiao secretly found Yao Moen. Eldest miss, if you look at this old man again tomorrow, this old man can only peel off my skin and give it to you. Lord Qiao still felt that Yao Moen was doing this on purpose. Otherwise, why would she even covet the rough hemp clothes he wore? Actually, Moen really isn't interested in the clothes you're wearing. It's just that Moen should just close her eyes and walk tomorrow. Yao Moen smiled bitterly. She also felt very helpless. Miss Moen, there's something that this old man shouldn't say, but these days, Exalted Master has put in a lot of effort to make you happy. This old man has never seen Exalted Master put so much effort into anything. You should understand what this old man means. Lord Qiao did his best to make his voice sound old enough, but there was still a hint of childishness in it. Yao Moen wanted to laugh, but in the end, she held it in and took Lord Qiao's words to heart. Chapter 407. With Yao Moen's wisdom, how could she not know Han Genie's intentions? However, she truly didn't have those intentions. She only treated Han Genie as a friend, a rich friend at that. Right at this time, the sound of fighting suddenly came from outside. Yao Moen and Master Qiao looked at each other and immediately ran out. When the two ran out of the room, they saw two figures intertwining in the air, one black and one red, fighting intensely. It was true that Yan Nanxing wasn't Han Genie's match, but if he used all his strength, he could still last 100 rounds. At this moment, Yan Nanxing was already forced into a corner by Han Genie. He looked to be in a sorry state. Yao Moen, say something. Yan Nanxing couldn't take it anymore and immediately shouted. What do you want Moen to say? Yao Moen didn't care. She didn't think that Han Genie would stop if she told him to. At least ask for leniency. Yan Nanxing was anxious. Who did he come all the way here for? Cough cough. Honorable Lord, why don't you come down and rest? Yao Moen was hoping for a fluke, but the moment she closed her mouth, she saw Han Genie quickly withdraw and land next to Yao Moen. At the side, Master Chow couldn't help but choke. He once thought that in this world, other than the late Honorable Lord, no one else could persuade the Honorable Lord. He didn't expect that the Honorable Lord had already grown so big. Yao Moen, you're really something. Yan Nanxing was slightly panting. When he looked at Yao Moen, his eyes were full of worship. What did you come here for? At Yao Moen's side, Han Genie coldly questioned. Han Genie, are you a mad dog? You don't even know why Nanxing came and you attacked. Yan Nanxing gritted his teeth. Speechless, Han Genie raised her brows and rubbed her wrist. Seeing that the situation was bad, Yan Nanxing immediately pushed Master Chow away and hid next to Yao Moen. Yao Moen, this alliance head has something to tell you, said Yan Nanxing in a low voice. What a coincidence, Moen also has something to tell alliance head. Yao Moen looked towards Yan Nanxing in realization. The two of them then looked towards Han Genie. Yao Moen only invited Yan Nanxing back to the main hall after Han Genie left. At this time, Ting Yu was already walking over with tea. Alliance Master, please have some tea. Ting Yu respectfully handed the teacup to Yan Nanxing. Ting Yu, you've gained so much weight. Yan Nanxing sized up Ting Yu and couldn't help but sigh. Her figure was much more charming than when she left the Ji province guest house. There are more than 200 dishes in one meal, and each plate is of high quality. Even if the Alliance Master eats like this, he will also get fat. Ting Yu said honestly. That's why you're enjoying yourself so much that you forget home and home. You don't even intend to return to the hostel. Yan Nanxing raised his eyebrows. Go back. Ting Yu doesn't want to go back and have to look at other people's faces. Although Ting Yu is a servant, I still have a bit of self-respect. Whenever Ting Yu thought about how Yi Junqing kept lecturing her about being a servant, she couldn't help but feel infuriated. Girl, you still hold a grudge. Isn't Junior Brother also? Yan Nanxing wanted to explain, but he saw Ting Yu bow. Alliance Master still has matters to discuss with Mistress. Ting Yu will take her leave. Ting Yu clearly didn't want to listen to Yan Nanxing's sophistry. Once Ting Yu left, Yan Nanxing's gaze finally landed on Yao Moen. Moen, do you really plan on staying here for the rest of your life and not caring about the matters of Ji province? Yan Nanxing felt that there were some things he found hard to say, but if he didn't say it, then what was the point of him coming here? Moen can't bear the crime of operating a puppet. Even after such a long time, Yao Moen's heart still ached when she brought up the events of that day. Junior Brother just made a slip of the tongue. You should understand that he didn't mean it that way. At the time, when Yi Junqing was explaining how he got drunk, he had mentioned to Yan Nanxing the argument he had with Yao Moen that night. If it wasn't because I was thinking about it, I wouldn't have blurted it out. Although Moen believes that she has a clear conscience, it's a pity that gossip is a fearful thing. Moen doesn't want to spend her life in vain and end up with her head separated from her body. If a person didn't live their life again, they wouldn't know how cheap they were. If the tragedy of her past life repeated itself, then her rebirth would be meaningless. Moen, you should know that Yi Junqing wouldn't be that heartless. You should also know how he feels about you. Yan Nanxing felt that Yao Moen's attitude was too extreme. It's hard to draw a dragon or a tiger, but it's hard to draw the bones. One may know a person's face but not their heart. Back then, eldest sister probably hadn't expected that Yi Hongyi would be so cruel and unscrupulous. Today, what makes Moen believe that Yi Junqing wouldn't be the same as Yi Hongyi? As for his feelings, Moen already knew from the moment he entered Duan Tingting's room. Yao Moen's eyes were as cold as ice. Moen, do you really have to be angry at Yi Junqing? Even if you do, you should at least resolve the problem you're facing right now. Yan Nanxing felt that his eloquence had deteriorated. If he continued to argue with Yao Moen, it was very likely that Yao Moen would turn against him. Yao Moen lifted her brows and looked towards Yan Nanxing speechlessly. She didn't think that the current Ji province would encounter any problems that were too thorny. Although it's hard to say, but Yi Junqing has already decided to marry Duan Tingting, said Yan Nanxing bluntly. Yao Moen's heart suddenly twitched. It was as if seawater had been poured into it, causing Yao Moen to instantly suffocate. Tears surged out like a roaring flood, but Yao Moen forcefully held them back. It's a good thing. Yao Moen's hands were clenched into fists inside her sleeves. She didn't even notice her fingernails digging into her flesh. Her heart ached. It hurt so much that Yao Moen wanted nothing more than to pull them out and rub them properly. Moen, it's not that there's no way to turn this situation around. You should know that the person Yi Junqing cares about is you. When Yan Nanxing saw Yao Moen's pale complexion, he felt his nose sting and swallowed hard. Alliance Head's words are too far-fetched. If Yi Junqing cared about Moen, why would he marry Duan Tingting? Of course, Moen doesn't care whether he cares or not. Right now, Moen already has nothing to do with Yi Junqing anymore. Yao Moen felt a crack appear in her heart. The crack grew deeper and deeper, and then with a bang, her heart shattered just like that. Every single piece of her heart reflected her and Yi Junqing's past, from the two of them looking at each other with disgust, to the affectionate affection. So it turned out that they had unknowingly walked such a long path together. Now that the music had come to an end, it was finally time for them to say their goodbyes. Moen, Yi Junqing has become muddle-headed. Are you going to be muddle-headed along with him? Do you really want to watch him marry Duan Tingting as his wife? Are you willing? Yan Nanxing grew anxious. How could he not know how much Yao Moen had sacrificed for Yi Junqing this entire time? Alliance Head, please return. Yao Moen felt like she couldn't hold on any longer. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Moen now isn't the time to let your emotions affect your decisions. You. Yan Nanxing's brows were tightly knitted as he advised earnestly. Yin Shui. After Yao Moen shouted, Yin Shui suddenly appeared in front of Yao Moen and looked towards Yan Nanxing coldly. Moen, you have to listen to me. Yi Junqing, he. Yan Nanxing still refused to give up. Yin Shui, help this consort ask Alliance Head Yan to leave. Yao Moen felt that everything about Yan Nanxing was good, except that he didn't know how to read people's expressions. When Yin Shui received the order, she immediately took out her phoenix wing chain and flung it at Yan Nanxing. Her first move was a ruthless one. Her goal was to force Yan Nanxing to leave as quickly as possible. As expected, Yan Nanxing, who was completely unprepared, could only retreat. Yin Shui didn't dare to give Yan Nanxing a chance to catch his breath. She immediately shot out 10 silver needles and jumped out of Warm Jade Pavilion. Chapter 408. The sounds of fighting outside gradually faded away. The tears that Yao Mo had been holding back for a long time flowed out like a flood. Her heart hurt, as if it was being bitten by 1,000 poisonous snakes. Cry to your heart's content. Once you're done crying, you'll forget that person. A voice like the spring rain of Jiangnan leisurely rang out. Yao Mo raised her teary eyes and saw Han Jin-yi standing in front of her in a black gown. His expression of compassion was like a Buddha looking at the world. The defense in Yao Mo's heart collapsed and she fiercely threw herself into Han Jin-yi's embrace, crying loudly. Han Jin-yi caressed the woman's hair in his arms with heartache. His jade-like fingers trembled slightly. Who could bear to cry for such a fairy-like woman? Yi Junqing, you have eyes but can't see. Her tears drenched her black robe. Yao Moan cried until she was exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Emma won. The sound of sobbing gradually weakened. Han Genie called out lightly but no one answered. As he watched Yao Mo Wan's body slide down, Han Genie suddenly reached out and pulled Yao Mo Wan into his embrace. As he looked at the pale face of the person in his arms, Han Genie's heart unconsciously twitched. This was a feeling of heartache. This was the first time Han Genie felt heartache for a woman. On the bed, Han Genie gently placed Yao Mo Wan in front of him, then pulled up the brocade blanket. Those two eyes that were like the vast night sky shone with a gentle light like moonlight. Punishing yourself for other people's mistakes, you really are stupid. When Han Genie saw the tears in Yao Mo Wan's eyes turn into small streams and flow into her temples, he felt like his chest was being blocked by a ball of cotton wool and he felt like he was suffocating. The next morning, Tingyu pushed open the door to Warm Jade Pavilion. When she saw that the door to the inner room wasn't closed, she tiptoed over. However, when she saw Yao Mo Wan sitting up straight on the bed, she jumped in fright. Nyang Nyang, you didn't sleep the entire night. Tingyu was shocked and quickly ran into the inner room to look towards her master worriedly. This consort is hungry, go tell Master Qiao to prepare some food. When Tingyu walked through the door, Yao Mo Wan suddenly stretched, then got off the bed. She swayed as she sat in front of the dressing table, picked up a comb, and began to comb through her hair. Your Highness. Tingyu had already found out from Yan Nanxing that Yi Junqing was going to marry Duan Tingting. She had been worried about Yao Moan the entire night, which was why she had come early. Go. Tingyu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she had no choice but to turn and leave. She didn't know how to comfort Yan Nanxing about this matter. Yan Nanxing wanted her to put in a good word for Yi Junqing in front of Mistress. Although she felt that Yi Junqing and Mistress were a match made in heaven, she couldn't approve of Yi Junqing's actions, so Tingyu had reservations towards Yan Nanxing's suggestion. Yao Moan was a bit absent-minded as she looked at herself in the mirror. Her brows were like the ink of distant mountains, her eyes were like autumn waters, her lips were like cherry-red lips and her nose was jade-like. That slight curl of her lips was enough to make all living things go crazy. Yao Moan lightly caressed her cheeks, her eyes overflowing with a brilliant light. Yao Mo Wan, you almost lost your way. Could it be that you've forgotten the oath you made when you were reborn? You're Yao Moan, the Yao Moan who understands Yi Hongyi's cruel heart and unscrupulous lungs the most in this world, the Yao Moan who has the heart of a snake and a scorpion. The Yao Moan who harbors the blood feud between Yao Moxin and Zhong'er, the Yao Moan who swore to tear Yi Hongyi and Yao Sulwan into 10,000 pieces. Yi Hongyi is still firmly seated in the throne room. Although Yao Sulwan's life is worse than death, she has no heart to repent. Her great enmity hasn't been avenged yet, but you're here being sentimental. How can you face someone like this? Her heart gradually calmed down and became as still as water. Using one night to mourn this relationship that had ended before it had even begun was enough, and also extravagant. In the mirror, Yao Moan's lips gradually curved up. Her smile was as brilliant as a spring flower, but it contained a frightening coldness. But a person's heart was made of flesh. If she said it didn't hurt, how could it really not hurt? It was just that Yao Moan silently endured this pain in her heart and forced herself to ignore it. Master Qiao's breakfast was extremely sumptuous. More than 300 dishes were laid out in front of her. Just looking at it was enough to dazzle one's eyes. Yao Moan really wanted to thank Master Qiao. Even though they had once hated each other, when she was weak, he didn't hit her when she was down, so he was already a good person. Only when Han Genie entered Warm Jade Pavilion did Yao Moan feel that she was thinking too much of herself. Master Qiao was like this only because of Han Genie's face. Han Genie didn't say much, only sitting there and occasionally putting food into Yao Moan's bowl. Yao Moan didn't speak first. The scene from last night was still fresh in her mind. Indeed, at that time, she only wanted to find a shoulder to lean on, but in the end, it was still a bit awkward. Fortunately, Yan Nanqing appeared in time and eased the ambiguous atmosphere in warm jade pavilion. Yao Moen, you cried all night. Yan Nanqing cried out in surprise when he saw Yao Moen's red and swollen eyes. Yao Moen's brows jumped and her eyes were like sharp blades as she glared at Yan Nanqing. As expected, he wasn't suited to be a servant. Could it be that everyone in the world is blind and you're the only one with clear eyes? Yao Moen silently cursed. Cough cough. Breakfast isn't bad, this alliance master has been hungry for a long time. Yan Nanqing knew that he had made a slip of the tongue and immediately sat down on a chair. He was just about to pick up his chopsticks when he was stopped by Han Genie. Your food is over there, said Han Genie coldly. Yan Nanqing followed Han Genie's gaze and looked over. He saw that in the southeast corner of the main hall, there was a square table. There was a large pot of steaming hot brown rice porridge and a plate of salted vegetables. At this moment, a maid had already scooped porridge for Yan Nanqing and was respectfully waiting there. No. This alliance master wants to eat with you guys, said Yan Nanqing resentfully with a displeased expression. Master Qiao, order people to throw away the porridge. Alliance Master Yan isn't hungry, said Han Genie coldly. Wait. Eat. Can't we just eat? You're so stingy. Yan Nanqing recognized the situation. If he didn't eat that brown rice porridge, he would have to starve for a day, perhaps more than a day. Thus, Yan Nanqing walked to the small table on the side and angrily drank the brown rice porridge that tasted worse than hogwash. Right at this time, a servant suddenly ran in and muttered a few words in Master Qiao's ear before retreating. What's the matter? As Han Genie spoke, he picked up a piece of fish and placed it in Yao Moen's bowl. Reporting to Honorable Lord, there is a woman outside who claims to be Empress Chu's hidden guard. She says that she has an important matter and wishes to see you. Her name is Yuer. When Master Qiao said this, Yao Moen suddenly looked up and met Yan Nanqing's eyes. Han Genie didn't say anything and turned to look at Yao Moen. If Honorable Lord doesn't mind, Moen would like to see Yuer. Yao Moen's eyes were like an ancient well and her voice was clear and cold. Han Genie then nodded towards Master Qiao. Not long after, Yuer was led into warm jade pavilion by a servant. Subordinate Yuer greets Master. When Yuer saw Yao Moen, she impatiently walked over and saluted respectfully. When Yao Moen saw that Yuer's hair was disheveled and her lips were chapped, she knew that she must have traveled day and night. Ting Yu, hurry and pour a cup of water for Yuer. Yao Moen's heart ached slightly. How fortunate was she to have Yin Shui and Fingyu Lei Dian as hidden guards. When she thought of this, Yao Moen subconsciously glanced towards Yan Nanqing who was drinking porridge in the corner. Perhaps she should do something for Yan Nanqing. Master, Yuer has an important matter to report. How could Yuer be in the mood to drink water? She immediately took out the wedding invitation and after a moment of hesitation, handed it over to Yao Moen. Yao Moen suspiciously took the wedding invitation. When she saw the name on it, her lips curved into a bitter smile. Her heart still ached, an unbearable pain, a pain that clawed at her heart and liver. What is it? Asked Han Genie when he saw that Yao Moen's complexion had turned deathly pale. Reporting to Honorable Lord, it's a wedding invitation for Yi Junqing and Duan Tingting's wedding. Yuer came this time to deliver the wedding invitation to Alliance Master Yen. There's another one here for you. As Yuer spoke, she took out another wedding invitation and handed it to Han Genie. Chapter 409. It can't be that fast. In the corner, Yan Nanqing got up when he heard this and walked to Yao Moen's side. He could see the words Yi Junqing and Duan Tingting clearly. Yuer, what were you doing? Yan Nansheng looked towards Yuer in complaint. Forgive Yuer for not being able to stand your fake benevolent and evil junior brother. The invitation has already been sent to Duan Shiming of Nanxiang. Great Shu's Chu Mabe has also received an invitation, as well as Great Xiao's Crown Prince Di Feng, King Qi's Fengyihan, and King Lulan's Ku Budan. Yan Nanxing felt that this matter was over. The invitation had already been sent and there was no turning back. Does Yi Junqing need to show off like this? Does he think he's marrying a fairy? Muttered Tingyu hatefully. It's not really showing off. Although King Qi and King Lulan have verbally agreed not to participate in the alliance, there's no written agreement. Yi Junqing wants to use his wedding as an opportunity to finalize this matter. As long as these countries send congratulatory gifts, they'll be expressing their stance and it'll also give Yi Hongyi a fatal pressure. There are only benefits and no disadvantages. Moen feels that Yi Junqing is doing the right thing. Yao Moen's calm analysis caused everyone to look at her in astonishment. Moen, there's no need to help Yi Junqing and there's no need to care about the invitation. Just pretend that this person and this matter never existed. This sovereign won't go. Han Genie's heart ached when he saw Yao Moen forcing herself to calm down. He wanted to tear Yi Junqing into 1,000 pieces. Nanxing won't go either. If he marries Duan Tingting, this sovereign will sever all ties with him. Yan Nanxing was also anxious. Yao Moen's reaction wasn't normal. Master, this subordinate has already made an agreement with Feng Lin. As long as Master says the word, we'll retreat from Ji province and ignore Yi Junqing's matter, vowed Yuer. What are you doing? This is a good thing. Tingyu, help this consort pack my luggage. This consort will return to Ji province tomorrow. Yi Junqing isn't kind at all. He actually didn't send an invitation to this consort for such a big matter. Yao Moen's cherry lips moved slightly. There wasn't a trace of resentment in her voice. Your Highness. Tingyu wiped her tears. She knew that Yao Moen had been provoked and her heart ached. Yao Moen, are you all right? You're going back. Yan Nanxing looked towards Yao Moen worriedly in shock. Moen, if you're extremely angry, then this Supreme Lord will bring Yi Junqing's head over right now. How about it? Han Genie was also stunned. Yao Moen's current expression was truly too strange. She was actually smiling. Moen has two enemies in this life. One is Yi Hongyi, and the other is Yao Sulwan. Yi Junqing has always been Moen's benefactor, so there's no reason for Moen not to attend her benefactor's wedding. Not only will Moen be going, she'll also be giving him a great gift. Yao Moen's clear voice slowly spilled out of her cherry lips and her clear eyes sparkled with a brilliant light. Yao Moen gave a knowing smile. Perhaps she should give Yi Junqing her blessings. Back then, all she had given Yi Junqing was pain. Now that Yi Junqing had found his own happiness, she should be happy for him. Everyone in the warm jade pavilion looked towards Yao Moen speechlessly. They didn't know how to react. What everyone found even more incomprehensible was that Yao Moen really did leave Myriad Imperial City the next day and head straight for Ji Province. On this trip, Han Genie, Yan Nanxing, and the others had accompanied her. They had even personally witnessed Yao Moen personally sewing a dragon and phoenix wedding blanket for Yi Junqing's wedding. Everyone was truly unable to accept Yao Moen's actions and were thrown into disarray. Inside the residence in the Ji province, Duan Tingting was doing as the mistress had ordered the servants to decorate the bridal chamber. Her face was brimming with unconcealable happiness and joy. In 3 days, she would be able to marry Yi Junqing as she wished. Although the winged parasite would wither away in 2 more days, the overall situation had already been decided. She believed that as long as Yi Junqing married her, she would have a way to keep Yi Junqing's heart with her. The happy character was pasted crookedly. Remove it and paste it again. Duan Tingting thought about this and began to decorate even more attentively. Inside the study, Yi Junqing was holding the account book that Yu Qing had sent over. It contained this month's income for Yao Manifest business. The numbers were like little tadpoles swimming around in front of his eyes. Just looking at them gave him a splitting headache. Moen, what are these things? This prince doesn't want to look at them anymore. How about you help this prince look? Yi Junqing placed the account book on the table. When he looked up, he found that there was no one in the room. His heart was empty. With a light tap, he could even hear an echo. Yi Junqing slumped against the back of the chair and looked through the window at the servants busily arranging the room. In another 3 days, he would be marrying Duan Tingting, but these days, Yao Moen appeared more and more frequently in his heart. Sometimes, he would only need to blink to see Yao Moen standing in front of him, but when he reached out to touch her, that figure would disappear. His heart would sink until it sank into oblivion. Not so long ago, he had felt that he liked Duan Tingting. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain why his heart would race whenever he saw Duan Tingting. That restless feeling couldn't be wrong. However, these days, he suddenly felt that Duan Tingting seemed very unfamiliar, so unfamiliar that it was as if he had never seen this person before. Every time he saw her, he would have to spend a lot of effort to remember. Prince? Are you all right? Ben Lei knocked on the door several times, but there was no response from inside. Only then did he push the door open to see Yi Junqing sitting there with a lifeless expression. You were looking for this prince? Yi Junqing suddenly understood and looked towards Ben Lei with an exhausted expression. Replying Prince, Miss Duan told this subordinate to summon you to the main hall. She said that she has some matters to discuss with you, said Ben Lei truthfully. Inside, he was a bit upset. From the day Yi Junqing announced that he wanted to marry Duan Tingting, he had been appointed by Yi Junqing to be Duan Tingting's assistant in the preparations for the wedding. Because of this, Ben Lei was isolated by Feng Yu, Lei Dian, and Lu Sha. Even when they met, they wouldn't greet him, which made him feel wronged. Understood. Yi Junqing sighed in relief, then got up to leave the study. Ben Lei naturally followed behind him. When he reached the arched door, he saw Feng Lin, Lei Ting, and Dian Shan walking over with wine jugs in their hands. What are you three doing? It was already wrong of them to drink in broad daylight in a tavern, but the three of them were still toasting and shouting, completely disregarding the looks of others. The three of them only glanced at Yi Junqing before looking away and continuing to raise their cups as if no one else was present. This prince is asking you a question, roared Yi Junqing angrily. At the side, Ben Lei saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately moved closer to Feng Lin. Stop messing around, otherwise Prince will get angry, reminded Ben Lei out of goodwill. That won't happen. Prince is someone who's about to get married. As the saying goes, on the wedding night, when it's time to enter the imperial examinations, Prince will be overjoyed at this joyous event, so how would he have the time to get angry at us? Keep drinking. Feng Lin's words were filled with mockery. Ben Lei, it's not that we don't want to see you, it's just that you look too sanctimonious. Hurry up and leave before you dirty our eyes and ruin our mood. Thunder was indirectly scolding the locust tree. Although he was clearly talking about Ben Lei, his eyes were actually on Yi Junqing. Forget it, since a certain someone isn't leaving, then the three of us will leave to avoid being tainted by bad luck. Lei Ting pulled Feng Lin along. The three of them had just turned around when they heard the same question. What are you three doing? Yi Junqing, what do the three of us have to do with you, master? Just as Feng Lin was about to turn around angrily, he saw that Yao Moen was standing behind Yi Junqing with a cold gaze. When the three of them saw this, they instantly lost their temper and hid their wine jugs behind them, lowering their heads to pray. At almost the same time, Yi Junqing turned around in a daze. The moment he saw Yao Moen, he didn't show the slightest bit of surprise or shock. Instead, he reached out to caress Yao Moen's face. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing's hand slowly reach towards her, she froze. Just as Yi Junqing's fingers touched her face, Yao Moen clearly saw Duan Tingting walking over. Chapter 410. Slap, the crisp sound floated through the air. Yi Junqing abruptly covered his left cheek and looked towards Yao Moen in astonishment. Moen, it's really you. You're back. Yi Junqing ignored the burning pain on his face and looked towards Yao Moen in pleasant surprise. However, before Yao Moen could speak, Duan Tingting had already walked to Yi Junqing's side and placed her jade fingers on his left arm, using her actions to show their relationship. Junqing, what happened? Duan Tingting asked softly as she looked towards Yao Moen meaningfully. She had seen the scene just now and couldn't help but feel worried. It's nothing. This prince just didn't think that Moen would come back. When did you come back? Yi Junqing really wanted to pull his arm back, but Duan Tingting's grip was too tight and he couldn't use too much force. Just now. Yao Moen replied mildly. Han Jinyi and Yan Nanxing moved to her left and right and looked towards Yi Junqing with cold gazes. So it was Empress Chu. Tingting knew that Empress Chu would let her emotions affect her decisions that day. That's why she said that she would never come back in this lifetime. Tingting is extremely grateful that Empress Chu is able to come back to attend Tingting and Junqing's wedding. Her attitude seemed modest, but it hid too much hostility. Yao Moen noticed Duan Tingting's hostility, but only smiled slightly. Tingyu, bring this consort's gift over. Yao Moen felt that there was no need to continue arguing with Duan Tingting. After all, she didn't have any hostility towards her. Behind her, Tingyu unwillingly carried the wedding blanket to Yao Moen's side. Esteemed Prince, Princess Changfeng, Moen wishes that you two grow old together and be of one heart forever. Yao Moen gave her sincere blessings and handed the blanket to Duan Tingting. Yi Junqing felt an indescribable pain in his heart as he looked at the blanket in front of him. He didn't understand why he was about to marry the woman by his side, but what he cared about was Yao Moen's blanket. What a pity. Tingting has already personally sewed the blanket for the wedding night. However, since it's Empress Chu's good intentions, Tingting is still grateful. Duan Tingting didn't even reach out her hand and just instructed the servant girl to take the blanket. Yao Moen didn't mind, but Han Jinyi was unhappy. Since Princess Changfeng is so reluctant, Moen, Jingyi really likes your craftsmanship. How about we use it on our wedding day? As Han Jinyi spoke, he channeled energy into his left hand. The blanket in Yao Mo Wan's hand floated up and landed in Han Jinyi's hand. You two are going to get married. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Mo Wan in astonishment. His heart seemed to have been ruthlessly pricked by silver needles, hurting to the extreme. It wasn't just Yi Junqing, everyone present was flabbergasted when they heard this. They couldn't believe it. So Empress Chu has found a good husband again. Then congratulations, Tingting. Ben Lei, why haven't you prepared the best rooms for everyone? Only Duan Tingting's face lit up with joy when she heard this news. Many thanks. Yao Mo Wan didn't plan on explaining and turned to leave. Behind them, Ben Lei, Feng Lin, and the others all followed, leaving Yi Junqing standing there in a daze. His heart ached so much he couldn't breathe. Junqing. Duan Tingting exclaimed softly. Yi Junqing reluctantly withdrew his gaze, but the curve of his lips was extremely unnatural. What is it? At this moment, Yi Junqing resisted the urge to chase after her. His eyes were dim without a trace of light. It's nothing important. Imperial Father was delayed on the road and will only arrive on the night before the wedding. But don't worry, Imperial Father has always doted on Tingting the most, so he will definitely arrive in Jizhou before our wedding. Duan Tingting seemed to have a deeper meaning behind her words. She was reminding Yi Junqing that the wedding was already set in stone and no one could change it. Then that's good. This prince still has military affairs to deal with, so I'll leave the wedding to you. Yi Junqing felt his mind go blank. His head felt like it was going to split open. Even his eyes were bloodshot. We're going to be husband and wife soon, so there's no need to be so polite with Tingting. Then Tingting will go busy herself. Duan Tingting said softly, her eyes curved. Okay. Yi Junqing nodded reluctantly, then walked towards the study. Seeing Yi Junqing's messy footsteps and swaying back and forth, Duan Tingting's eyes were as cold as ice. She never expected that the winged gu would age prematurely and have a tendency to suddenly die. She wasn't even sure if the winged gu would last until the wedding the day after tomorrow. In the room, Feng Lin and the others all looked at Yao Mo Wan with strange expressions, but no one dared to ask for confirmation. Master, Ben Lei feels that since Prince and Duan Tingting haven't gotten married yet, there might still be variables, so... Before Ben Lei could finish speaking, Feng Lin suddenly sealed his acupuncture points. You traitor, you don't have the right to be here, so... Master, ever since Feng Lin saw Lord, I knew that he was a matchless hero. If Master and Lord can be together, it would be Master's good fortune. Up until now, Feng Lin hadn't even spoken to Han Jin-yi. Lei Ting also feels that although there are many men in the world, only Lord Han is worthy of Master. After Lei Ting, Lei Shan also spoke from the bottom of his heart, Master and Lord Han are undefeatable and undefeatable. Throughout thousands of years, they will unify the Jianghu. Seeing that the three of them wouldn't stop until they shocked her to death, Yao Mo Wan slammed the table and leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her face. She swore that she didn't know these three mentally ill people. Mo Wan, actually. Nan Sheng is also not an ordinary person. You can consider it. Yan Nan Sheng was full of hatred. Back then, he didn't treat these people unfairly, so why didn't anyone put in a good word for him? This consort has already considered it. Yin Shui, drag these three guys down and feed them medicine. Yao Mo Wan looked helplessly towards Han Jin-yi, who was silently sitting at the side with a slightly red face. Lord Han, please don't blame them. It's Mo Wan's fault for not disciplining them properly, that's why they're shooting their mouths off. Yao Mo Wan knew that Han Jin-yi had only said those things to help her out. So when Han Jin-yi said those things in the past, she didn't take them seriously. But now that Feng Lin and the others described it, Yao Mo Wan felt that she had to explain. What they said is the truth. Han Jin-yi raised her brows and looked at Yao Mo Wan seriously. When Yao Mo Wan heard this, she felt a wave of anger rush from her chest to her head. Were there any normal people in this room? Were there? In the face of Han Jin-yi's blatant hint, Yao Mo Wan felt a bit helpless. Could it be that in their eyes, she only knew how to flirt? Or was it that back then she had lost too much and left them with this kind of impression? This time when she returned to Jizhou, she decided to put all of her thoughts on this civil war. Aside from revenge, she had no other thoughts. That night, Yao Mo Wan called Ben Lei into the room and carefully asked about Guangning's movements in this period of time. When she found out that Chao Kuan's army was still hibernating, Yao Mo Wan felt uneasy. Calculating the time, the Iron Blood army's left and right emissaries should be returning to report. She had already convinced Qi, Lu Lan, and Nan Chang, but she didn't know the situation on the right emissary side. Especially after finding out that King Shu and the Iron Blood Army's commander-in-chief were sworn brothers, Yao Mo felt worried. Right now, De Shu was close to Meng Yuan. If De Shu suddenly attacked, it would be very disadvantageous for Yi Junqing. Master, Ben Lei has let you down. Yao Mo was thinking when she suddenly saw Ben Lei kneel on the ground. What have you done wrong for this consort? Yao Mo raised her brows and looked towards Ben Lei in confusion. Ben Lei knows very well that Wang Yi marrying Duan Tingting is a mistake, but not only was Ben Lei unable to stop it, I even helped Wang Yi prepare this matter. I truly have let down Master, begging for Master to punish me. Ben Lei looked carefree on the surface, but he was actually bold and careful. Ever since Yi Junqing decided to marry Duan Tingting, the things he was forced to do had already seriously affected his friendship with Feng, Yu, Lei, and Yan. He had even been imperceptibly labeled as a traitor, so he naturally felt uncomfortable. Although you are this consort's subordinate, we've only known each other for 2 years. You and Yi Junqing have gone through life and death situations together for more than 10 years, your feelings are not ordinary. It was them who misunderstood you. This consort will naturally find a chance to redress your wrongdoings. Yao Mo naturally knew Ben Lei's intentions and spoke to comfort him. Chapter 411. Master doesn't blame Ben Lei. The more Yao Mo acted like this, the more uneasy Ben Lei felt. During the trip to Nanxiang, this consort had personally promised Lord Nanxiang that I would facilitate Yi Junqing and Duan Tingting's marriage. Now that the two of them are getting married, this consort has fulfilled my promise to Lord Nanxiang. The alliance of the 5 countries no longer exists and Ji province has avoided a calamity. No matter how you look at it, Yi Junqing and Duan Tingting's wedding is a joyous occasion. This consort still remembers that when you first entered the esteemed prince residence, you hated Wan Maxin to the core. Now that Yi Junqing has finally walked out of his gloom and is willing to like another woman, you should be happy. Yao Mo's every word came from the bottom of her heart. Even though her heart still hurts so much that she could clearly feel the pain in her chest every time she breathed, she was well aware of her mission. She hadn't gotten her revenge yet, so how could she immerse herself in love? Besides, the fact that Yi Junqing was willing to take this step on his own was also a result she wanted to see. At the time, she had been worried that her relationship with Yi Junqing would cause him to lose the hearts of the people. Now that Yi Junqing had found a good partner and she had been wed by Huan Heng, both of these were happy events. She truly had no reason to blame anyone. Ben Lei hates Yao Maxin because Prince has lost his entire life for Yao Maxin, but Yao Maxin still refuses to turn back, even if it's just to look at Prince. But when the same thing happened to His Highness, Ben Lei cannot hate His Highness. So to Master, Ben Lei cannot be forgiven. Ben Lei's eyes were filled with sorrow and tears. If this consort says I don't blame you, then I really don't blame you. If you continue to be so wishy-washy, then don't blame this consort for having Yin Shui throw you out to feed the dogs. It was rare for Yao Moan to see Ben Lei dawdling like this, but she really wasn't in the mood to listen to Ben Lei's confession. Then this subordinate will take his leave. Ben Lei was well aware of Yao Moan's personality, so he hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. When she saw Ben Lei leave, Yao Moan let out a long sigh of relief. She was just about to enter the bedroom with Tingyu when there was another knock on the door. Thunder rush. This consort's patience is limited. Yao Moan was furious. Cough. It's this king. Yi Junqing's voice drifted in from outside the door. Yao Moan was slightly shaken when she heard this and reflexively looked towards Tingyu. It's already so late. Does Prince need Moan for something? Yao Moan calmed herself down and restrained the darkness in her eyes as she asked this solemnly. However, she had no intention of letting Yi Junqing in. At this critical juncture, it was best to keep a distance. This prince does indeed have something important to ask you in person. Yi Junqing's voice was low and heavy. Yao Moan's clear eyes slightly blinked. After thinking for a while, she ordered Tingyu to open the door. Although Tingyu was unwilling, it was still Master's intention, so she could only do as she was told. At the door, Yi Junqing walked in with heavy footsteps. The moonlight shone on his back, making him look like a celestial being. This man who seemed to have come on the wind made Yao Moan's heart ache for some reason. What business does Prince have? Yao Moan forcefully suppressed the pain in her heart. Her face was as calm as a lake and her voice was like the sounds of nature. Are you not planning on inviting this prince to sit down and drink a cup of tea? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan awkwardly. Yao Moan silently gestured for Tingyu to pour tea. However, Tingyu only poured a cup for Yao Moan and pushed an empty cup towards Yi Junqing. Tingyu. Yao Moan pretended to look at Tingyu angrily. Master and Prince still have things to talk about. Tingyu will take her leave. Tingyu felt that it was already good of her to not throw the cup at Yi Junqing's face. Yao Moan knew what Tingyu was thinking, so she ordered her to leave. Once Tingyu left, Yao Moan gestured for Yi Junqing to sit down. She also slowly sat down at the table. Since Prince has come, Moan also happens to have a few things to say to Prince. Yao Moan's voice was cold and her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Speak first. Yi Junqing felt a bit uneasy as he poured a cup of water. There were some things that he had thought about countless times, but in front of Yao Moan, he still didn't know how to say them. Back then, when Prince mentioned the word puppet, Moan had also thought that perhaps Moan's actions had been inconsiderate, which was why Prince had such strange thoughts. Moan has returned not because she covets power. If Moan was someone who covets power, she wouldn't have given the tiger tally to Prince. Prince should believe this. Yao Moan's expression was solemn and her beautiful face seemed even colder under the light of the candlelight. Moan, that day, this prince just. Yi Junqing hadn't expected that Yao Moan would care so much about what he had said back then. When he tried to explain, Yao Moan stopped him. Prince, please let Moan finish first. Moan didn't return this time because Moan missed everything in Ji province. Moan had once sworn that she would use all of her strength to personally kill eldest sister's enemy, so Moan wants to establish a gentleman's agreement with Prince. Moan will walk with Prince to the end of this battle. Once Prince succeeds, Moan will only have one request, and that is to hand Yi Hongyi and Yao Sulwan over to Moan. After that, Moan will go into seclusion and will never appear in front of Prince again. This country belongs to Prince, no one can take it away, no one. Just as Yao Moan was about to speak, Yi Junqing suddenly said something that was extremely inappropriate. You really want to marry Han Genie? Yi Junqing's cold eyes flickered with a burning light as he stared at Yao Moan, his voice trembling slightly. When Yao Moan heard this, she froze and only reacted after a while. If Moan's words were as heavy as Mount Tai, then Prince's question is as light as a feather. Could it be that Prince doesn't feel that compared to Prince's question, Moan's words are more worthy of Prince's attention? Yao Moan felt a bit helpless. Right now, this Prince only wants to know if you really want to marry Han Genie or not. Repeated Yi Junqing. When Yao Moan saw that Yi Junqing's eyes were gradually darkening with a hint of dissatisfaction, a small flame instantly ignited in her heart. Since Prince doesn't want to listen to Moan's so-called proper business, then please. Moan is tired, said Yao Moan coldly. Is it true or not? Perhaps it was because he was too impatient, but Yi Junqing's voice sounded a bit less respectful. Yao Moan didn't want to cause trouble, but she couldn't allow Yi Junqing to bully her like this. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Since when did Prince have the right to interfere in Moan's private matters? Putting aside the fact that Moan doesn't owe Prince anything, even if she did, Prince is being a bit too lenient. Also, if Prince and Enchanting are a match made in heaven, then you can't allow Moan to find a good man. Yao Moan's suppressed grievance exploded and her eyes that were as beautiful as the stars instantly shot out a biting chill. This prince didn't mean that, it's just that. Yi Junqing was stunned by Yao Moan's roar and was at a loss for words to explain. Then what does Prince mean? Instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you've come to find trouble with Moan. Prince, don't forget that you're about to get married. Isn't coming to find Moan in the middle of the night lacking in consideration? Those who know would think that Prince has nothing better to do, but those who don't know would think that Moan is trying to seduce Prince. Moan couldn't compare to Prince in terms of shamelessness. Even if some dirty words were to reach Princess Changfeng's ears tomorrow, no matter what Moan said, it would be hard for her to escape the suspicion of being a slut. How would she have the face to continue living then? Yi Junqing, just what kind of grudge does Moan have with you that you have to frame Moan like this? Kill your parents. Destroy your estate. Or jump into a well with your child. Yao Moan's string of words were like 10 arrow explosion rats exploding around Yi Junqing at the same time. Yi Junqing was covered in cuts and bruises. Moan, this prince feels that you should calm down first. Yi Junqing kept choking as he tried to calm himself down. But Moan feels that Prince should go out first, shouted Yao Moan fiercely. All right, this prince will go out right now. Yi Junqing felt that his legs were trembling and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. However, because of Yao Moan's lion roar, Yi Junqing felt that even if he had to crawl, he should leave this place first. Chapter 4:12. When Yi Junqing walked to the door, Yao Moan practically moved to the door and abruptly raised her foot to kick the door. When he saw that the door had cracked, Yi Junqing was glad that the kick hadn't landed on him. Just as Yi Junqing was standing outside the door in a daze, not knowing what to do, the door opened again and Yao Moan stood in front of him with a cold expression. Moan is going to marry Han Genie. When she finished speaking, the door rumbled again. His heart clenched as if someone had drained it of all its blood. It instantly withered until only a thin layer remained. Yi Junqing leaned powerlessly against the wall, his mind completely blank. As he walked along the cobblestone path, Yi Junqing's body swayed as Yao Moan's words echoed in his ears. Yao Moan was going to get married. Was this a dream? It was a dream, right? The next day, Ji Province's guest house was bustling with activity. Great Qi, Lulan, and Great Shu had all sent envoys with congratulatory gifts. It was worth mentioning that the envoys from Lulan and Great Shu were Kubu Zhuer and Chu Maxin respectively. Yao Moan hadn't slept well last night because of Yi Junqing's disturbance, but when she heard that Chu Maxin had entered the guest house, she immediately became excited. Your Highness, little Han Prince is probably still angry at you. It wouldn't be good for you to see him in such a hurry, right? Asked Tingyu worriedly as she helped Yao Moan comb her hair. If Huangfu Juanshu gets there first, that would be even worse. Hurry up. Yao Moan urged as she picked up a few hairpins from the table and handed them to Tingyu. Although Tingyu didn't understand, she still sped up. Thus, Yao Moan managed to see Chu Maxin before Huangfu Juanshu in a race against time. This consort knew that Maxin would miss this consort the most. After not seeing him for a while, you seem to have grown taller again. When Yao Moan saw Chu Maxin sitting there with a straight face, she smiled and walked forward to stroke Chu Maxin's head. Towards Chu Maxin, the feeling of a mother and son had long entered her heart. Don't touch this prince. You big liar. This prince will never miss you. This king will never think of you again. Last time in Lulan, Yao Moen had left without saying goodbye, so Chu Maxin had been quite angry. If it hadn't been for Kubu Zhuer's persuasion and Chu Shi's urging, he would have chased her all the way to Ji province. No matter what Prince is like, Ben Gong will always have Prince in my heart. Yao Moen stroked her hair as her smile deepened. Kubu Zhuer walked over and pulled Yao Moen to sit down. Then does big sister Moen have Zhuer in your heart? Compared to Chu Maxin, Kubu Zhuer clearly wasn't as calculative. However, Yao Moen knew that Chu Maxin was calculative because he cared. Of course. Moen only has the two of you in her heart. Yao Moen raised her hand to scratch Kubu Zhuer's nose. She thought to herself that it really was Maxin's good fortune to be able to marry a woman like Kubu Zhuer. She wants someone else, but unfortunately, that person doesn't have her in his heart. Humph. Chu Maxin looked towards Yao Moen resentfully and snorted coldly. Yao Mo Wan raised her brows. She suddenly felt that children really couldn't be spoiled. However, she was in the wrong this time, so she naturally didn't have that much confidence. Austere Prince, the reason why Her Highness left without saying goodbye that day was because Lord Huangfu was sobbing uncontrollably and begging Her Highness to bring him back to Ji province to see Huang Kaier. If that wasn't the case, how could Her Highness have missed Austere Prince's appointment? As for not saying goodbye, that was Lord Huangfu's idea. If Austere Prince found out, Prince definitely wouldn't let him go to Ji province. You also know that Her Highness has always been kind, so how could she possibly remain indifferent to Lord Huangfu's request? Ting Yu repeated what Yao Moen had told her before she came, word for word. However, she felt a bit of sympathy for Huangfu Juanqiu. Huangfu Juanqiu's injuries from the rod probably hadn't healed yet, so he was going to get new ones. Ting Yu. Don't speak carelessly. Yao Moen pretended to be angry as she looked towards Ting Yu. This servant just didn't want Austere Prince to misunderstand you. This servant knows her mistake. Ting Yu immediately lowered her eyes in an aggrieved manner. Really? Chu Maxin lifted his brows and looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. See, Zhuer said that big sister Moen has her own difficulties. Before Yao Moen could say anything, Kubu Zhuer had already raised her head to look towards Chu Maxin. Yao Moen smiled slightly in agreement. That damned Huangfu Juanqiu, watch how this prince takes care of him. Chu Maxin said viciously as he clenched his fists tightly. When Yao Moen saw the cold glint in Chu Maxin's eyes, she suddenly felt like she wasn't a good person either. However, there were times when Yao Moen felt that the reason Huangfu Juanqiu was always the scapegoat was because of someone else. For example, right now, Chu Maxin had just said he was going to teach him a lesson when he suddenly appeared at the door of the side room. Juanqiu kowtows in salute to austere prince. Huangfu Juanqiu kowtows in salute to Sunshine Princess. Huangfu Juanqiu's eyes were sparkling and his face was filled with joy. You still have the guts to appear in front of this prince. Chu Maxin was currently in a fit of anger, so when he saw Huangfu Juanqiu, he naturally didn't have a nice tone. Huangfu Juanqiu trembled slightly when he heard this, but the moment he saw Yao Moen, he felt a chill run down his spine and a bad premonition swirled around him. Juanqiu, may I ask, what has angered Prince? Huangfu Juanqiu looked towards Chu Maxin apprehensively. Defying the imperial edict and deceiving the monarch. Imperial father clearly told you to stay by this prince's side to protect him, so who told you to return to Ji province? Huangfu Juanqiu instantly looked towards Yao Moen. Back then, Yao Moen had personally told him that she had already spoken to Chu Maxin on his behalf. Lord Huangfu, this is where you're wrong. Why didn't you tell Maxin at the start? Based on your understanding of Maxin, as long as you asked, Maxin would have refused. Yao Moen's expression was full of pity as she reproached Huangfu Juanqiu. Huangfu Juanxiu was filled with hatred. If he could, he really wanted to stand up right now, charge in front of Yao Moen, and ruthlessly flick her head 100 times. Then slam it into the wall so that no one would be able to dig it out. Lord Huangfu, with Her Highness here, I believe that the frigid prince won't punish you heavily. At the side, Tingyu saw that the situation wasn't looking good and immediately spoke up. The meaning behind his words was that he had no other choice but to admit to it. If he dragged Her Highness down with him, nothing would happen to her, but he wouldn't even have someone to plead for leniency for her. Juanxiu knows his wrongs. Prince, please punish me. Huangfu Juanxiu was currently suffering in silence. He felt extremely wronged. It's all your fault. You ruined this prince's plans. Someone, drag him out and give him 100 beatings. How could Chu Machine be offended? Yao Moen instantly choked on her words. 100 beatings, he wanted Huangfu Juanxiu's life. Right at this moment, Huan Kai hurriedly walked in from outside. Little prince, please spare me. This matter isn't Juanxiu's fault, it's all this subject wife's impulsiveness. Otherwise, Juanxiu wouldn't have come all the way here to find this subject wife. If little prince really wants to punish Juanxiu, this subject wife is willing to take the punishment in Juanxiu's place. Huan Kai's words were sincere and there were tears in her eyes. Yao Moen couldn't help but sigh when she saw that Huan Kai was determined to take the punishment for Huangfu Juanxiu. Lord Huangfu has truly married a virtuous wife. Yao Moen swore that her words came from the bottom of her heart, but in Huangfu Juanxiu's ears, it sounded like she was making sarcastic remarks. That's fine then. Someone, drag Huan Kai out and give her 100 beatings, ordered Chu Machine fiercely, completely unmoved. No. A real man should take responsibility for his own actions. Juanxiu was in the wrong, so he should accept his punishment. His wife and children shouldn't be implicated, so little prince, please don't blame Kai. On the other hand, does a certain someone dare to step out and take responsibility for his own actions? Huangfu Juanxiu grew anxious as he glared at Yao Moen. Lord Huangfu, who are you talking to? Ku Buzhu interjected from time to time. Ahem. Actually, Lord Huangfu traveling a great distance to search for his wife is quite touching. Furthermore, tomorrow is the esteemed prince's wedding, so shouldn't austere prince consider being lenient? Yao Moen naturally understood Huangfu Juanxiu's intentions and immediately asked for leniency. Chapter 413. Leniency, That's not impossible, but this prince's clothes seem to have become too small. Chu Machine tugged on his wide sleeves as he looked up. Tingyu, bring over the clothes this consort made for the austere prince. Yao Moen smiled and looked towards Chu Machine dotingly. As a mother, the thing she couldn't forget the most was to make sure her child had enough to eat and wear. Although she couldn't be with Chu Machine all the time, she had never forgotten to do something for him. When Chu Machine saw the clothes in Tingyu's hands, he was indescribably moved. There were more than 10 sets of clothes, all of different styles, all of different embroideries, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Any one of them would be perfectly tailored. Some of them belonged to Ku Buzhu, and Yao Moen had put in a lot of effort to make them. As expected, Yao Moen's transcendent artifact was impressive. After seeing the clothes, Chu Machine only lectured Huangfu Juanxiu a bit before ordering him to withdraw. Yao Moen knew that Ku Buzhu and Chu Machine had traveled tirelessly for the past few days, so she left after chatting for a bit. However, the moment she stepped out, she was stopped by Huan Kai, who had been waiting outside. Yao Moen, Kai is looking for you. Huan Kai's expression was expressionless. Tingyu originally wanted to block her way, but Yao Moen stopped her. Tingyu, wait here. This consort also has some things to say to Miss Kyer. Yao Moen smiled as she followed Huan Kyer to a place with no one else around. Many thanks for pleading on Juanchio's behalf. Huan Kyer turned around and looked straight at Yao Moen. When the grudge from back then flashed before her eyes, Huan Kyer actually didn't know what to feel. It was nothing. Miss Kyer, there's no need to worry. Yao Moen found it hard to accept this thank you. Huangfu Juanchio was probably cursing her right now. Back then, you pushed Kyer into the water, so it was just a slight effort on your part. Also, the saffron in Pure Flowers Palace was probably your handiwork as well. There's also that so-called Miss Jingxin. Even the ginger soup Kyer brought to Juanchio that night definitely had something to do with you. From the start until now, Kyer and father have been your pawns for revenge. At first, when father said that, Kyer didn't believe you, but now it seems like Kyer underestimated you, said Huan Kyer solemnly. There were no ripples in her eyes, nor was there any hostility emanating from her. Moen admits that everything Miss Kyer said, except for that bowl of ginger soup, was Moen's doing. Of course, although Moen didn't do anything to that bowl of ginger soup, it was still caused by Moen. If Miss Kyer wants to blame someone, then please blame Moen as well. Afterwards, Yao Moen had asked about this matter and Tingyu naturally didn't dare to hide it. For a short period of time, Yao Moen had even felt that she had let Huangfu Juanchio down, but now it seemed like how was Huangfu Juanchio supposed to thank her? Blame. Kai came to ask for forgiveness. At that time, her attitude towards you was a bit vile, and I hope you won't take it to heart. As Huan Kyer spoke, she actually bowed deeply towards Yao Moen. This action surprised Yao Moen quite a bit. For the sake of Huangfu Juanchio, you're actually willing to do this. Moen admires you. Yao Moen's eyes lit up and her voice was filled with undisguised admiration. Presumably, Huan Kyer had seen through her relationship with Chu Maxin, which was why she had resolved the misunderstanding with her. Her goal was naturally for the sake of that man who worked under Chu Maxin. Since Miss Moen understands, there's no need for Kyer to say anything more. The past has gone with the wind. Right now, the most important person to Kyer is Juanchio. Huan Kyer's eyes were clear and pure, making Yao Moen feel extremely comfortable just looking at them. Right at this time, Tingyu rushed over with a flustered expression. Nyang nyang, it's bad. Prince has gone missing. After saying this, Yao Moen and Huan Kyer looked at each other in dismay before rushing out. Yao Moen's shapely brows furrowed when she saw the chaos in the guest house. The first person she thought of was the 1,000 faces of Great Chu's iron-blooded army. Empress Chu, Tingting heard the servant say that Junqing came out of your room last night. Does Empress Chu know where Junqing is now? Duan Tingting's eyes were like a serene lake and her voice was icy cold. The esteemed prince did indeed go to this consort's room, but he left in less than 2 hours. As for where he went, this consort doesn't know. Yin Shua. Yao Moen could naturally hear the jealousy and accusation in Duan Tingting's voice, but now really wasn't the time to care about these things. Yao Moen ignored Duan Tingting and called out Yin Shua coldly. At this time, the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning had gathered around Yao Moen. All of you listen up. Search the entire Ji province, you have to find the esteemed prince for this consort, said Yao Moen sternly. Everyone obeyed and immediately split up into different directions. When Duan Tingting saw that Yao Moen's eyes didn't flicker in the slightest, she decided to believe that this matter had nothing to do with her, so she ordered the servants to search everywhere. Inside the main hall, Yao Moen and Duan Tingting sat on opposite sides. Their gazes didn't meet as they listened to the reports of their servants. About 4 hours later, Ben Lei suddenly carried the unconscious Yi Junqing into the main hall. Master! This subordinate has found Prince. The moment Ben Lei entered, Duan Tingting rushed over before Yao Moen could. She spread her arms and pulled Yi Junqing from Ben Lei's arms into her arms. Just what happened? Where did you find the esteemed prince? When Yao Moen saw Duan Tingting caressing Yi Junqing's cheek with a face full of tears, her heart suddenly ached. She then turned to look at Ben Lei. Reporting to Master, this subordinate found Prince under Prince's bed. Furthermore, there wasn't the slightest injury on Prince's body. There was no wine pot in the room, nor were there any signs of fighting. Ben Lei was unable to explain why Yi Junqing had fainted. Yin Shui, go get Imperial Physician Li, ordered Yao Moen sternly. Yin Shui didn't dare to tarry and quickly brought Imperial Physician Li into the main hall. At this time, everyone's gazes landed on Imperial Physician Li. Imperial Physician, why did Junqing faint? Was he poisoned? Or was he attacked? Duan Tingting supported Yi Junqing with both hands, forcing him to lean against her shoulders. Her eyes were misty and her voice was choked with sobs. This. Imperial Physician Li's brows were tightly furrowed as he got up and walked over to Yao Moen to bow respectfully. How is the esteemed prince? Yao Moen knew that Imperial Physician Li was expressing his feelings, but she really didn't care about that right now. Reporting to Your Highness, Prince's pulse is stable and his breathing is even. His body isn't hot or cold. Forgive this subject for being incompetent, but I truly can't find the reason for Prince's fainting. Imperial Physician Li's brows were tightly furrowed as he reported. Yin Shui, go take a look. Yao Moen knew that Yin Shui had some medical knowledge, but right now, she could only try anything in a desperate situation. Just as Yin Shui was about to step forward, a clear voice suddenly came from outside the door. Why don't you let this consort take a look? Yao Moen looked up in shock. The person who had come was none other than Nanxiang's Hanhua princess, Duan Zitong. And the moment Duan Tingting saw Duan Zitong, it was as if she had seen her savior. She immediately helped Yi Junqing up and looked at the newcomer expectantly. Duan Zitong didn't say anything and walked over to Yi Junqing with a solemn expression. She placed a finger on Yi Junqing's neck and a moment later, a dark light flashed through her eyes. Tingting, order people to carry the esteemed prince back to his room and have them prepare some hot water. This consort is going to perform acupuncture on the esteemed prince, said Duan Zitong solemnly. Duan Tingting naturally didn't dare to tarry and immediately ordered people to carry Yi Junqing back to his room. At the side, Yao Moen felt like she should do something, but she didn't get up. Master, are we just going to let them do as they please? Asked Yin Shui quietly with worry in her eyes. From what this consort remembers, Duan Zitong doesn't know any medical knowledge, but she does know a lot about goo. Since she managed to see through it, then she's probably the only one who can save Yi Junqing, said Yao Moen solemnly. Yin Shui was stunned and looked towards Yao Moen in disbelief. Chapter 4:14. Master means that Prince has been infected by a parasite. You know what to do. Yao Moen lifted her brows. Yin Shui understood and disappeared from the main hall. At this time, only Marquis Tingyu was left in the main hall. Everyone else had followed Duan Tingting. Your Highness, you don't plan on going to take a look? Asked Tingyu carefully. There's no need. Yi Junqing is the main character of tomorrow. Duan Tingting will do everything she can to wake him up. Yao Moen smiled bitterly, then got up to return to her room. However, her heart was filled with unprecedented apprehension. Inside the room, Duan Tingting ordered someone to bring a basin of hot water according to Duan Zitong's instructions. Then she sent everyone away, leaving Duan Zitong alone in the room. Aunt, what's wrong with Junqing? Why did he faint? Asked Duan Tingting anxiously with tears in her eyes. You haven't guessed. Duan Zidong's gaze darkened. She took out a purple porcelain bottle and poured the powder inside into the water. Then she dipped the needles into the water. "And means that there's a problem with the parasite." Duan Tingting suddenly panicked when she saw Duan Zidong's actions. Problems with the parasite in a person's body could be minor or serious. The parasite is different from other parasites. It lives in the neck area of a person. When this consort took Yi Juanqing's pulse earlier, this consort was actually checking the parasite's pulse. Unfortunately, this consort didn't feel anything. There are two explanations for this. The first is that the parasite has a lifespan, so it's very likely that it's reached the end of its lifespan. However, the prerequisite is that it's completed its mission. Let this consort ask you, did you and Yi Juanqing make love in bed? Asked Duan Zidong directly without any hesitation. This. No. That night, Yi Juanqing had only been drunk. Duan Tingting had never explained, so she didn't mind that people would misunderstand. That's it. The winged parasitic insect did not complete its mission. That leaves only the second possibility. The winged parasitic insect has changed locations. Duan Zidong frowned and immediately took out the silver needles from the hot water. Change locations. Once the goo worm changes locations, it will lose its effect. Does that mean that Tingting's previous efforts were all in vain? Duan Tingting looked at Duan Zidong in panic. That's not all. Once the parasite is forced out, Yi Juanqing might forget about you and might even start to resent you. Duan Zidong gave Duan Tingting the most professional explanation. No. Just as Duan Zidong's needles were about to pierce into Yi Juanqing's body, Duan Tingting suddenly moved in front of the bed as tears streamed down her face. Tingting, you should know that right now, the winged parasite is no different from a bloodthirsty bug. If you don't force it out in time, it'll devour all of Yi Juanqing's organs. You and I have both seen that before. Are you sure you want to let the winged parasite remain in Yi Juanqing's body? Duan Zidong's clear eyes were like water as she looked directly at Duan Tingting. But he will forget Tingting, what should we do? Auntie, Tingting put in a lot of effort. I beg Auntie to help Tingting. Duan Tingting's tears fell like rain. Tomorrow, she would be able to marry the man she had set her heart on at first sight and become Yi Juanqing's wife. She was only one night away, so how could she give up? Tingting, Auntie knows the pain in your heart, but Auntie wants to ask you, just how deep do you love Yi Juanqing? Or perhaps, have you ever loved him in the first place? Answer Auntie. Duan Zidong understood Duan Tingting's pain, but now that things had reached this point, they had no other choice. But how could Tingting be willing? Just one more day, how could Tingting be willing? Auntie, Tingting really loves him. I really do love him. Duan Tingting slumped to the ground as tears rolled down her cheeks. She seemed to have used up all of her strength to crawl to the bed and caress Yi Juanqing's face with trembling hands as she sobbed uncontrollably. Tingting, Yi Juanqing doesn't have much time left. Auntie doesn't want to force you. His life or death will depend on a single word from you. Duan Zidong had already forced Duan Tingting into a corner. Juanqing, you'll be different, right? You promised to marry me, didn't you? So I beg you, don't forget Tingting. Duan Tingting finally gave in. This was within Duan Zidong's expectations. Thus, under everyone's expectant and pleading, Duan Zidong performed acupuncture on Yi Juanqing and successfully forced the parasite out. However, Yi Juanqing was still unconscious and only woke up when night fell. At this time, there was no one else in the room besides Duan Tingting, Duan Zidong, and Yao Moen. It had been Duan Zidong's idea to let Yao Moen in. According to Duan Zidong, if Yi Juanqing didn't remember Duan Tingting, someone should explain everything to him. It was true that Duan Tingting wasn't willing, but there was only one person who truly knew the inside story. After bowing to Yi Junqing, Duan Zitong told Yao Moen about the parasite. In reality, even if Duan Zitong hadn't said anything, Yao Moen would have gotten the information from Yin Shui. Thus, when she heard it again, she didn't seem surprised at all. On the other hand, Duan Tingting was extremely dissatisfied with Duan Zitong's quick mouth. Junqing won't forget me. He definitely won't. At this time, Duan Tingting was standing in front of the bed as she muttered a prayer. When the figure on the bed moved, Yao Moen's heart finally calmed down. However, she didn't move forward. She knew very well where she was right now. So thirsty. Yi Junqing opened his eyes in a daze. His chapped lips trembled slightly. When Duan Tingting heard this, she immediately poured a cup of water and handed it over. Many thanks. Ah. Who are you? Where is this? Yi Junqing accepted the cup with difficulty. When he looked up, he was shocked to see an unfamiliar woman standing in front of him. Although her clear eyes were harmless, Yi Junqing's expression was one of alertness. He didn't even want to drink the water in his hand. Junqing. You don't recognize me. I'm Tingting. Duan Tingting. Your wife, we're getting married tomorrow. Duan Tingting's tears gushed out and her voice was heavy with sobs. Duan Tingting. Yao Moen. What are you standing there for? Hurry and come over. Yi Junqing was in a daze when he happened to see Yao Moen standing in the corner with a relaxed expression. When Yao Moen heard this, her originally relaxed heart instantly turned cold. She really wasn't used to Yi Junqing's sudden attitude. What are you calling me for? Yao Moen walked resentfully to Yi Junqing's side and glanced coldly at the man on the bed. When she thought about how cold his eyes had been lately, she felt wronged. However, when she remembered that he was being controlled by a goo insect, she felt a bit better. Who is she? Where is this prince? What exactly happened? Yi Junqing was like a newborn baby. He was filled with curiosity about everything. She's called Duan Tingting, the only daughter of the powerful southern lord Duan Shiming. She's also the wife you're going to marry tomorrow. This is the Ji province guest house. The area outside is filled with envoys that were invited for your wedding tomorrow. As for what happened, it's very complicated, so it's hard to explain right now. Yao Moen deliberately glanced at Duan Tingting. In reality, Yao Moen couldn't fault Duan Tingting's actions. If one didn't act for themselves, then heaven and earth would destroy them. This was human nature, so there was nothing to criticize. Yao Moen, you're messing with this prince. Yi Junqing came to this conclusion after hearing Yao Moen's explanation. Yao Moen was speechless and 3 black lines appeared on her forehead. Was her character that bad? Even if she spoke the truth, she would still be suspected. It's true. I believe that prince should still remember Zitong. Duan Zitong, who hadn't spoken for a long time, walked in front of Yi Junqing and recounted everything that had happened. She deliberately left out the part about the winged goo insect. After all, Duan Tingting was the princess of the powerful southern. It wouldn't be good if this matter got out. How is that possible? This prince doesn't remember any of this. Yi Junqing looked towards Duan Zitong solemnly, his eyes never once landing on Duan Tingting. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.